dive into this. Yeah, we finna dive into as much as we can because they put a lot of when they release documents about UFOs and all this, they put a lot of BS in front or a lot of stuff to make you not want to see the real stuff. But I already done skipped to the end and seen some crazy stuff already. So yeah, we finna get into this. So we're gonna start with John Edgar Hoover. Yeah, he tried to do them initials. No, it ain't working. I am a member of kneecap, and very much interested in UFO flying saucers. I'm not gonna read every single one of these. I'm reading what I think is interesting. If y'all want to know that too, and I'm zoom in. I'm put on 100 in case y'all can't read it. But all right. Several weeks ago, fellow employees received a letter from Arizona with a stamp on the back. They received a business letter from Arizona with a stamp on the back. Okay, okay. Uh, the writing back then was terrible. Being interested in UFOs, I asked for the stamp and sent $3 for the 12 issues of AFC. It's a AFSCA. Yeah. Wonder what that is, but we'll figure it out. $3 back then was a lot. Having received and read my first issue, I feel it isn't just what it appears on the surface. I can't just say why, but what my limited idea of how communists operate, it strikes me is backed by them. Okay. So look, this another thing they basically saying. So you know how uh basically how I don't know. Nobody likes each other, right? Nobody likes each other, but when it comes to certain things like Antarctica, why don't nobody want to claim it? That's this the first thing I thought of, like yeah, like how communists operate, it strikes me as backed by them. Like he's surprised that they actually backing this. So yeah, so it had to be some very advanced that they couldn't figure it out. You're a true American. I am told by my ancestors to go back to a great mother, a great grandmother who was Indian squaw, and I'm proud of it. Yeah, that's just weak. Yeah, that's weak. That wasn't really nothing. That was just a bunch of BS. But it's just going to prove on how far back people was like looking into the UFOs and all that. So look, this Nevada, July 8th, 10th, 1966. You see a little picture of a flying saucer over here. His name Wayne S. Aho, Carl A. Anderson, Orfeo Angelo Galucci, Angel Lucci. Yeah, there's too many names. How many people? Yeah. So these just like a bunch of news articles. I'm waiting. Like the videos are deep in here. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. The videos, if y'all waiting on videos, they are deep in there. Beyond deep. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. But I've been waiting on this, so I want to read every single thing. I don't care. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I've been waiting on this. Like some of these UFO things. UFO tracked by radar. When was that? Let's see what year that was. March 8th. Wait, no, March 29th, 1966. Yeah, March 29th, 1966. UFO sighted over a wide section of districts. 16's tale of chase by buzzing lighted UFO. See, look, this right here. Look, AI, this teens chasing by buzzing lighted UFO is what I can say I didn't experience in real life. It wasn't a buzzing, but that it was eerie. It was eerie. And plus, if you try to put your phone on it, it went blurry. I don't know what that is, but yeah, went blurry. Just a bunch of people. Oh yeah, this really just like the first page of it. I saw 6 flying saucers. Is this all like 1966? Or is that 86? Is that 86? Nah, that look like that's 66. Yeah, like 1966 was a crazy year, wasn't it? Like, why is there so many reports from 1966 on her? Like everybody saying they seen them. Everybody. What's up with the year 96? Or well, or six. Oh, y'all wanna know what I just noticed? So you see how like all these are just 1966, then it's like, oh, 1896 sighting. What is up with the sixes and UFOs coming around? Y'all, that's one thing. If it's more sixes through all this, I don't know. But look, right here, 4/12/66, 66, 96. Okay, okay. This one say 87 over here. But if I see too many, I like to look at more than 5 million people say they saw flying saucers. And I'm pretty sure that the government was like, oh, it was nothing. You didn't see anything. You thought you saw a flying saucer. Uh, the Philadelphia division letter. Okay, this was 9/22/66. On July 1966, flying entitled Flying Saucers International, which is the official journal of the amalgamated, amalgamated, whatever. You know, I can't say every single word perfect. But Flying Saucer Clubs of America. I'm trying to see what did they see that he's. Hey, don't play with me. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. I'm starting to get mad because this BS. Like, I understand that people saying it, but are we getting descriptions and stuff? But it's a lot of 1966 going on. So that's why it's like this. So y'all want to be petty? Like I won't. Don't worry about it. I will. I will be getting the AI to read this later and making it clear. I'm finna play with y'all. This happened in Atlanta, Georgia, right here. So it's really just all over the world that UFOs are being seen, from Philly to LA, Georgia. So they really all over the world. They say why? Okay, they from Washington D.C. For the past 20 years, states have. What year is this? Okay, I'm gonna just keep reading. But for the past 20 years, the United States has been having an increase in the problem of the UFOs or flying saucers, and nothing is being done about it, as it should be. But the Air Force has maintained that the sightings has been gas, light, weather, etc. Gas? Okay, okay. But by talking to some of the people that have seen UFOs, I'm wondering if the Air Force is in line. Hmm. Who knows? I'm not the only one wondering this. But the people that I have talked to, they say after the Michigan sightings and the others, they would not report it to the Air Force if they did see a UFO. Reports say even the FBI agents have seen UFOs, and this have been denied by the Air Force. Oh, so the Air Force was just y'all ain't tell me nothing. Uh, when you tell me that, and they got your file just in the desk right in front of you, just playing you crazy. Like imagine you just write a whole statement out, and then they were like, "You ain't give me nothing. Who are you? What are you talking about? Like get this crazy dude out of here." Uh, yeah, that's crazy. Hey, the report recently about the police officer in Ohio or Penn, what's that Penn, what is that, Pennsylvania, having serious family trouble as well as being ridiculed by people because of his sightings along with a fellow police officer of a UFO. Oh, so police were seeing UFOs back then too, and they was getting silenced. I see by this. Oh, that makes sense. Imagine you trying to build a career as a law enforcement officer, and if you say you seen a UFO, they gonna kick you off because if anybody in the world sees UFOs as police officers, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, they see UFOs. If there's anybody on this planet that sees UFOs as police, and I can see that people try to end their career if they say anything about it. I see by this that the faith in our Air Force is beginning to decline, and if this is, it's really hard to read when they got all this stuff. If this is so, then we may be putting ourselves in the terrible position as did Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I wish to know if the events, oh, I can't even read it because they like the, how y'all gonna release something then write on it like that? Like, that's this what they do. They release stuff, but then write all over it. Can't even read it. Like it don't even make sense. Yeah, we gonna be able to read it. You just gotta study it hard. I'm trying to look at everything real quick though. All right, 1966. That's another six. Uh, dated 10/1 1947, 1949. All right. This article deals with the current controversy over the existence or non-existence of flying saucers or unidentified flying objects, aka UFOs. In quotes, Michigan's congressional representative Gerald Ford. Hey, y'all know, don't play with me. Don't not. Hey, I don't like the name Gerald. Cause y'all gonna make me believe. Hey, y'all make me believe more and more about Gerald the Dolphin every day. As suggesting that Congress look into UFOs. Also, it announces that the Air Force, which is charged with investigating UFOs, has commissioned the University of Colorado and physics professor Edward uh, U. Condon to conduct an in-depth study of flying saucers for the next 18 months at an estimated cost of $300,000. University. Oh, Edward at the university. Professor Edward of the University of Colorado. I don't know. Like, do y'all see the way a 4-year-old wrote this? Y'all see that? Y'all see the way a 3-year-old wrote this? I'm gonna get on this side, like, cause they playing. Yeah, they playing. Like a 2-year-old wrote this or something. All this scribbling and scrabbling. This article also points out that since last summer's pressure has been mounting for the establishment of an independent civilian controlled investigation agency that looks into the UFO problem. My bad. I'm looking at all this scribbling on the page. It's terrible. Like this is real government papers. This is like how y'all store stuff. That's why y'all don't know nothing. Y'all lose stuff. I ain't gonna lie. Uh, but that'll never happen. It never did happen. That never did happen. So all the way back in 1966, they was trying to get people to they was trying to basically get everybody in the world to get a civilian UFO program going so we can actually look into this. Do you know how advanced we would be if they actually did that? It'd be scary though. Scary advanced. Yeah, somebody printed a book in June 1966 about UFOs. It's saying in this book about the it's a book what's it called? Flying Saucers, Serious Business by Lyle Stewart. So if y'all want to see that, and it's authored by Frank Edwards. But in this book, Arthur Edwards points out that flying saucers were observed in the spring of 1946. I told y'all that go another six. I keep y'all keeping up with me now. These a lot of sixes that come up. Whether it's the same years, but you're going to see a lot of the same stuff. I wonder if this going to keep being the trend going forward. Or is it like they only come on? I had to see. Cause it look if they don't, all right, we're gonna see, cause I got another theory. In so in Danavia, is that an E or a O? That's a Scandinavia. Oh my god, that's a C. So like, bro, yeah, okay, okay, yeah, Scandinavia and Russia, which he points out is about a year from the date of testing the atomic bomb. Okay, so they was testing atomic bombs in Scandinavia and Russia. The fact I never read the word Scandinavia. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I never read that word like on paper or anything. And I never wrote it down. It looked like a O. Documents many reports throughout the world. Okay. Look, I see why some people be on YouTube mad with the grammar now. Because sometimes it's just you got to go out of your way to really read some of this stuff. So documents many reports throughout the world, throughout the world of UFOs since that date. And oh my lord, whoever wrote this, like, just come see about me, man. Just see about me. In 1965 was the year of the greatest number of UFO sightings, and that were observed by multiple witnesses. It is Arthur Edwards' contention that UFOs are space vehicles sent to observe activities on Earth and the Air Force Base, well, Air Force in general, which is charged with the responsibility of investigating UFOs, had deliberately withheld information and given misleading explanation because it fears a mass panic by the public if the public were told the truth. We don't care no more. The public would really have a mass panic if they tried to read these words and be like, you can't chill and read it. I gotta really lock in, and then on this 1801 paper with the worst font of all time, like it's harder to read this than y'all think. If y'all read along with me, go ahead. Like, you gonna be like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that's a little hard. Like, he making my head hurt. Yeah. So the book describes UFOs as a polished metal object radiating heat and light, sufficient to have burned witnesses who were too near, and emitting some force field that interferes with electromagnetic instruments and power sources. Color ranges from brilliant white to dull reds and brilliant orange. Some objects have carried blinking lights. There are three basic shapes: the Zeppelin shaped ships up to 300 feet long, disc shaped objects ranging from a few feet in diameter to 100 feet, with many reported to at about 30 feet in diameter, and three egg shaped objects, which according to the author are the ones that's most recently cited. So the Tic Tac UFO. That's Tic Tac UFO, yeah. So they talking about this in 1965. That's Tic Tac UFO. The link war.gov, or you can go to Google, look up UFO, and it should be one of the first links. But yeah, it'll be Department of War. This is Department of War. But yeah, y'all can go to war.gov and find all these everything here. You know what? I'll just see if I can. I just put. I'm on. Yeah, all right. I got y'all. Um, yeah, that's Tic Tac UFO though. I ain't gonna lie. According to the book, the object moved silently and at fantastic speeds, yet can hover motionlessly in midair. Sound about right? They have been reported to land and take off with great speed, usually with a burst of light from the underside, which in some cases had left the ground beneath them scorched. According to the book, the objects move silently and attain fantastic speed, yet can hover. Wait, I read that one. My bad. Many of the persons named in the book who has been reported that many of the persons named in the book who have reported them are reliable individuals, including law enforcement officers, military personnel, and official duty, like officers, or whoever that is, military pilots, commercial airline pilots, civilian defense officials, etc. A number of photographs of the objects has been reported in the book. Some reportedly taken by the reputable persons. Many reported sightings are from atomic and missile research areas. In 1965, I would have straight been a Golden Globe writer. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. The way they say that, none of this makes sense, and I'm really just winging it and adding in filler words because they didn't. Wreckage of crash saucers has been recovered on the last three occasions. Well, reportedly recovered on the last three occasions. What are the three occasions? In one case described as a magnesium alloy, and another one as pure magnesium, and then a third case attributed to. Oh, I wonder if that's why they don't let us get a lot of magnesium. If you know, you know. And in the third case attributed to official of the Canadian government, the material was described as exponentially hard, unknown metal, actually a matrix of magnesium, orthosilicate, yeah, orthosilicate, because yeah, that's a C. I keep forgetting that they C's look weird, which contain thousands of 15 micron metal spheres throughout and showing evidence of micrometeors on its surface. Micrometeors on its surface. Uh, this happened. This all 1965. A few witnesses have reported seeing Orrin Wynn, who see what are these words? Oh my God. Look, a few witnesses have reported seeing crewmen who have landed from the. Hey, look, they do this on purpose because so you can mess up. They do this on purpose. Like, can y'all read these words or am I tripping? Like, are some of these words you got to really lock in? And I'm not sitting that far. It's no more than a foot and a half away from me, 2 feet. All right, but look, a crewman who hand landed from the crewman who hard landed. What is that? Who are described as 3.5 to 4 feet tall, wearing what appeared to be spacesuits and helmets. Spacesuits and helmets. Okay, we got aliens in spacesuits and helmets. Well, that makes sense. Nobody can breathe in the vacuum of space. I don't care how advanced you are. You are not Lord Frieza. Yeah, that's some Dragon Ball stuff. You can't do that in real life. A copy of this letter. All right. So they said that it was a a 3.5 foot to 4 foot tall being wearing what appeared to be spacesuits and a helmet that flew out of one of them after he hard landed. Yeah, it was a hard landing. Like, uh, thank you, government. We love you. Winking, blinking, and nod. Red lights over Pasadena, blue lights over Greensboro, silver cigars over Detroit. People kept seeing strange flying objects, and officials kept saying nothing's out there. But in recent years, and particularly since last summer, the pressure has been mounting for either a full-scale congressional investigation or the establishment of an independent control investigation agency. That's what they was talking about earlier. Uh, So we got stuff in California. We got stuff in Greensboro. I don't know what that said. I ain't gonna lie. And they said it's something in Detroit. This, yeah. And do they got a date on this? They got a date on this? Oh, no wonder. 1966 on October 16th. All right. I think they looking at some of them. I think they looking at some of them neon lights. So all right, they describing them. I hope. So 15 miles south of Ann Arbor, bluish yellow bars of light were spotted looking like neon lights dangling in the sky. I seen they got a picture of that on the moon too. If y'all we gonna see, that's gonna come up. They got a picture of that on the moon too. But in East Dolly, Michigan, yeah, Delhi, yeah, my bad, Delhi, Michigan. A 15-year-old boy called in to report seeing lights in the sky, alternatively standing still and moving, sometimes flashing on and off. That's what I seen. I felt you, my guy. That I felt you. That's what I seen. Uh, it looked like the moon though. Mine looked like the moon. It looked like a big moon. Like the bottom was so bright that it just looked like a moon. Uh, in Altadena, and San Marino, California. Okay. Police switchboards logged dozens of calls after a pair of red lights in the sky were reported by residents. That happened over the arch in St. Louis. In Toledo, Ohio. What's up, Ava? Uh, at the local airport, received 7 calls from persons who said they saw a glowing object that was red, green, and white. This was a year. This was time to be alive. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd have been, man. That should make life interesting. Yeah, we been having some depression moments in life, haven't we? I need to see some UFOs. Yeah, I need my mind to expand. All this stuff on Earth boring now. I want to go to Mars. Uh, Alright, look, in suburban Detroit, a man saw a noiseless, wingless, cigar-shaped flying object. I'd never seen one of them in real life. I ain't gonna be one of them people. I'd never seen a cigar-shaped anything in real life. Now, this shape, yes, with a bright light that was pure than like the purest LED light I ever seen, yes. In Bryan, Texas, residents say they heard a star-like uh object purr. Uh, probably radiating like electricity. You know how stuff just be having electricity coming off of it. So this happened in North Carolina, Valdez, North Carolina. A glowing blue thing exploded, then lit up the town like a giant flash bulb. Sometimes the lead sighting, sometimes the lead sighting spilled over into the bazaar. A spaceship full of little men allegedly landed in a farmyard near Hopkinsville, Kentucky. The little men glowed, and they were described as 3 feet tall, with eyes like saucers and hands like claws. A grain buyer in Nebraska said he was invited into a spaceship where he chatted with 4 men and 2 women. They spoke only broken English but fluent High German, which, as it happened, was the grain buyer's native language. Okay, okay. So now we got somebody in Nebraska who said he was talking to UFOs. I want to know if this grain, if look, if his business took off and he started booming, I need to do my research on him. I'll remember him later. I always do. I remember mostly all this. Nor did America have any this silver cigar right here. Nor did America have any corner on the UFO market in Northern Ireland. Tom Hutchison saw a saucer drop in a peat bog near his home in Moneymore. It was egg shaped, 3 feet in diameter. Okay, 18 inches high. It began to spin and Hutchison grabbed it. He was carrying it to the police, who described him as level headed and God fearing. When the thing twisted out of his hand and got away, It's so it was like, yeah, let me go, get off me, unhand me, unhand me, peasant. Yeah, so it twisted out his hand. He picked it up like, mm, yeah, I ain't picking that up. I ain't gonna lie to you. And warm minister, England. Yeah, I got some names. A city council worker said he saw silver. I don't like that word. I hate this word. Silvery. I don't like the word silver. I ain't gonna lie. Cigar shaped, drifting over the village downs. What is that? Houses? Y'all call houses downs in England? Well, y'all did at one point, or homes, or yeah. After a time, he said it seemed to stretch, then it seemed to divide amidships with a flash of orange light, although there was no noise. I wonder if the cigar shaped ones can just like turn into like one of them Yu-Gi-Oh decks, and you know how they just spread out and it just turn into a bigger ship. You never know. I would think that's what it is, or if it's meant to go faster than the other ones because of the way it's shaped. Nah, yeah, it could. Who knows? So look, it said flaming object. Not all sightings could be easily written off as the phantasmagoria, phantasmagoria, whatever, of cooks, cranks, and see, y'all gonna stop doing this. And drunks. I think they yeah. Who cares about somebody saying drunks? Like, why is y'all? Cause they put something on top of that letter, and unless one subscribed to a theory of mass hallucination, it was difficult to explain away simultaneous. Like, it was difficult to explain away simultaneous sightings confirmed by many rational witnesses, such as flaming objects that were seen last April by thousands of East Coast residents from Washington to Boston. Dang. Hold on. Hold on. That's so far away. It even temporarily disrupted a baseball game between the Chicago White Sox and the Washington Senators in D.C. Or the incident in the hills. Oh, man. What? Hold on. So a UFO disrupted a baseball game? Why have I never heard of this? Like, have y'all ever heard of this? I gotta look this up. It said a mysterious white object to be believed to be a large clump of soap bubbles or cleaning foam floated onto the field. No, that was 2026. Oh no, 1950. Oh man, look, man, we're gonna have to figure that out. But what was that little stuff that flew on the field? That somebody could have threw that out there. That ain't nothing. But look, uh, one incident in Hillsdale, Michigan, last March, in which a civil defense director, an assistant dean, and 87 co-eds reported that they had seen a glowing object zip past their colleague dormitory. And however, in a swamp for hours, witnesses said they watched from the second floor of the Hillsdale College girls' dormitory as the object wobbled, wavered, glowed eerily, and once zipped right at the dormitory window before stopping suddenly. I keep telling y'all every time. Look, y'all want to know why I look at stuff like that? Because that remind me of the Book of Enoch. Yup, yup. Mm-hmm. If you know, you know. The Air Force charged with, yeah, Air Force ain't doing that. Of the 11,000 sightings since 1947, did have some explanations. Yeah, y'all need to. I hate. The mysterious flaming object in the east was probably a meteor. As for Michigan, much publicized and plentiful unidentified flying objects. They turned out to be monkey shines instead of moonships. Unidentified college boys playing pranks with flares to frighten the girls in the dormitory. Came to August report from a distinguished astronomer called in by the Earth. Get the fuck. Come on now. You're not finna play with me. You're not finna play with me. No. So now y'all saying the males playing pranks. All right. Every report of a flying saucer has ostensibly been checked out by the Air Force. No, they haven't. They ain't look at nothing. A special squad known as Project Blue Book. The only Blue Book I know is Kelly. Yeah, although the staff was woefully small, of the 10,147 sightings since 1947, the Air Force insisted only 646 remain unexplained. And most of these because of insufficient information. The others have been attributed to planes, balloons, astronomical causes, missiles, swamp gas, meteors, fireworks, and in some cases to hallucinations and psychological reasons. So we all crazy, huh? We all crazy. The crazy part is I see why they want to release these files. Because first off, imagine you thought you was crazy. You seen something in the sky, and like me, for example, I'm like, bro, I seen something that had the whitest, purest LED bulb ever in 2018. And then when I look back, it was gone. When I tried to put my phone on it, my phone went blurry. So I'm like, man, it's stuff like that if I was to go through her, read this that says it was somebody who looking at a pure white ball and they try to record it and they phone went blurry. How you think I'm gonna feel? Yeah, I'm feel like I ain't crazy and y'all lying, and now I can challenge you and I got reason to challenge you. Cause look, you can't challenge nobody if you don't really know. But if you know that you're not tripping, man, you can go to war behind that. Mm-hmm. So what is this? What is this? The main conclusion reached by the Air Force was no unidentified flying objects reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force had ever been given any dictation of a threat to our national security. There have been no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings represent technological development or principles beyond the range of present day specific knowledge. Well, my bad. Present day scientific knowledge. Cause I'm thinking as I'm reading that, and I no, cause we already done read the stuff before this, and it already said that y'all got documented sightings. So so we reading all this old stuff, right? And basically, the stuff that we read all before this just prove how they just lying right here. Everything just prove how they lying right here.
New subscriber alert.
So that's probably why they didn't want to release it. To be honest with you. What's up, neutral? Yeah. So yeah, it's all starting to make sense. And this look small little picture of UFOs down here. And you see this bottom right here? That I'm telling y'all, I remember seeing a white light come out of one of those. I thought it was the moon. It took me weeks to wrap my head around it. I ain't want to believe it. All right, let's see. So this happened October 21st, 1966. Uh Spoke with S.A. Thomas B. Like, y'all always trying to abbreviate y'all name. Like, he advised that he is a freelancer writer and is working on a story. I don't want to hear like, hey, I want to know some facts. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to look into those. Oh yeah, Hey Neo, I need to look into those for sure. Yeah, but these first few pages ain't gonna be too much, which we know, but that's why we going through all of them. So I have received your letter of November 26th. See, I keep telling y'all all these sixes that keep popping up. That's why that's why look, AI. That's why nothing got released yet, because I think it only get released in bunches by the six. Like in 2026, right? It's gonna be a lot of stuff. 2036 is gonna be some more crazy stuff. 2046 is gonna be some more crazy stuff. Like 1947 was cool, right? But 1946, like, man, yeah, like how much stuff we got left? All right. I don't think we got too much left on her. All right, flying objects. Since I wrote you to you on January 26, 1965, another six. I'm gonna keep calling them out, y'all. Y'all need to pay attention to that because it's relevant to your life now. Also, it is contrary to my long-standing policy to express an opinion on such matters. Since my prior communication to you has been destroyed, I am enclosing another for your files, and trust this will be help to you in reconstructing your records. So some records got destroyed, huh? I wonder why. I wonder why. Let's see. Okay, if some sixes pop up in here. November. Yeah, November 26th. I ain't even 1966. Dear sir, about 2 years ago or so, I wrote to you and asked you to the best of my recollection, why agents of your bureau investigated reported landings of unidentified flying objects and whether data regarding their finding was available. You replied saying that agents investigated these cases to determine whether any federal law had been broken and their findings were confidential, as were all other FBI records. Since receiving your letter, which was placed in my records, many of my records, including your letter, were destroyed recently in the fire at my home, and I would therefore be grateful if, for the purpose of the new records, confirm your letter of 1964/5 if the situation is still the same. In addition, I would be pleased to learn what your opinion is of the unidentified flying object. If you decline, I would appreciate that it was due to your position. Sincerely yours, Jade A. Henry. Ooh. Hennessy, my bad. Hennessy, my bad. Look, it's hard for me to read through all these writings and unnecessaries. But what it looked like is they burned your house down and you trying to get your life took now. They sent you a message and you didn't get it. That's what this letter looked like. Yeah, they'd have sent this man a whole threat. Like they'd have threatened you. They'd have burned your house down and you over here smiling. You're smiling? Man, if you don't hey, hey. We gotta see some of these people, we gotta look them up. Yeah, we gotta look them up. Cause it ain't no way. Talking about it got destroyed in a house fire. So magically it got destroyed in a house fire. Okay. Y'all better use y'all brains. Best possible image. Okay. Get out of my face. Mr. J.A. Hennessy. He was from London, England. Your letter of January 20th has been received. In response to your inquiry, the FBI has not conducted an investigation as you mentioned. And in as much as this would not come within our investigation jurisdiction, the presence of an agent was simply to determine whether or not any violation may have occurred in which the FBI would have an interest in for no other reason. While I would like to be assistant to you, the files of the FBI must be maintained as confidential in accordance with regulations of the Department of Justice and available for official use only. In view of this, I am sure you will understand why I cannot uh of any further cannot okay B. I cannot be of any further assistance in this instance. Sincerely yours, Edgar Hoover. Mm-hmm. I see. I see. Yeah. They make y'all see how blurry some of this stuff is? Uh View files reflect that an unidentified flying object was sighted near Sirocco, New Mexico on April 14th, 1964. Captain Holder, United States Air Force, along with S.A.D. Arthur Barnes Jr. interviewed one Lonnie Zamora of the Socorro Police Department who had observed the phenomenon. What is it? What is it? Special Agent Barnes, whatever, typed such a statement from Zamora, which was later included in a memo for dissemination. Man, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know what that word means, but I can put two and two together, figure it out. Probably just putting it on the record, and hiding it. The Albuquerque Albuquerque office did not conduct any investigation other than keep the bureau advised and maintain liaison with the Air Force. This is apparently the situation to which the correspondent is referring. View files contain no information identifiable with the correspondent. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, it's hard to read some of these words on here. They ain't used some of these words since then. I shout out to all the people who be able to read this fluently. Cause some of these names, especially names, I ain't good with all them names. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not good with all them names. My dear Chief, your letter was received on December 10th. Although I appreciate the motives prompting you to write me, unidentified flying objects do not come within the scope of the Bureau's authority. I am, however, referring a copy of your letter to the Director of Special Investigations, the Inspector General, Department of the Air Force, Washington, D.C., and whose agency has conducted related studies. Sincerely yours, Edgar Hoover. He like, yeah, I'm sending it to the people who ain't gonna do nothing. I ain't gonna do nothing. Hey, these letters, I ain't gonna lie, these letters are kind of interesting. Chief Federation Bureau of Investigation. Dear sir, I have been police chief of Princeton, Virginia for a number of years and have been a member of that department for 22 years. Sir, I mentioned that the above so that you would not think that I am an idiot that is writing or idiot writing, or think it whatever. You seemingly do not know our utterly disregard the following subject. He said he wasn't a what? You seemingly do not know our utterly disregard the following subject. I had hoped that you might take sentiment before now on this subject. I have waited many years to see your your opinion in print, but nothing of the sort has happened. I ain't gonna lie. I don't see how y'all used to read letters back in the day. I've been like, hey, you gotta send this back right. Like, I hate having to. Well, I gotta think. I am speaking of the UFOs and unidentified flying objects before long, and it is a matter of time you are going to be scooped. So, to speak on this subject, sir, I happen to know they exist, and I have personally seen them or two. One of these sightings under low cloud cover in daylight. I am not sure as to the cloud height. The other at perhaps 2,000 feet altitude and approximately 1 mile off. I told y'all police. If anybody seen UFOs, it'd be police. Uh, yeah, I already told y'all that though. You may not be interested, but I think this may be vital to the security of the United States. And if it is vital, I am sure that you are now familiar with the workings on this problem. If I am correct and these things do land, I am greatly concerned as to what kind of reception they might receive from the inhabitants of this country. I am convinced after a great deal of thought that someone of your standing in this country should let the people know what is happening as it regards these things. P.S. If this is out of your line of duty, I am sorry to bother you. So this police officer ain't had no grandma back then. Yeah, this was 1966, but it don't matter. Y'all was terrible. But he basically saying like, hey, this real. Like, I've been seeing UFOs. And remember at the beginning of the video, I already told y'all that if anybody would see UFOs, it'd be the police. Police see everything. Who got to be outside all night? You literally got a bunch of UFO watchers who just sit outside all night in every single state. You don't think they see stuff? Okay. Their job is to see everything. Like what? We already seen that. They trying to recycle pages on us. We ain't going for that. 1966 was a time to be alive. Like every day was a new day. Yeah. Somebody doing a science fair project. I ain't gonna even lie. Let me try to show my age. See if I can read this terrible doctor's writing. Dear Mr. Hoover, I am doing my science fair project on UFOs. Could you please send me any and all information you have on this subject? I would I don't know what he said after I would, but appreciate. Okay, I would appreciate any information you may have and have. Is that and to how many places or how many planes we have? I ain't finna read this. I ain't gonna lie. This is one of them science fair projects. But yeah, like how many have what is it? Is that last chasing UFOs? How many planes we have? Do I not know? Can I not read cursive no more? This like man, 1966 was the time to be alive, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. UFOs. Why have had this information? Oh, okay. We have been chasing or fact checking Plans we have fact checking UFOs. Why has this information? I don't know if that say fact checking. I ain't gonna lie, but it looked like it say fact checking or fact checking or something. I can't read his writing. Uh, but he basically said why this information hasn't been why has this been kept a secret? Why is it important to the uh when it is important? Bro, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm straight having a stroke trying to read this cursive. I can read it, but I'm not finna. It's bro, like I can read. Like, why is it important to national defense? Right? I can read it, but hey, y'all not finna play with me. Yeah, this what happened when y'all just get the writing and shit. Like, nah, I'm not finna break my brain. You're gonna be right there for 15 minutes reading that. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's gonna take me about a good 7. I ain't gonna lie, good 6 or 7 minutes. Cause all that, nah, I wasn't finna do that. That's too much cursive going on. He started off good, but then he just got the letting his hand go. Like, I'm not doing that. All right. So this happened in 1967. It's something about a flying saucer. At 4:10 a.m. on January 18, 1967, James C. Collins of 1212 Sharon Drive in Chesapeake, Virginia, telephone 547-4648. Uh, yeah, man, you ain't got no area code, no 212 area code, nothing. Advised that he desired to report that he had observed a large oblong-shaped object with which aligned in the street. Wait, okay, which alighted in the streets in front of him when he was on his way home from his television repair shop. The Oak Grove TV on 6424 Great Bridge Road, Chesapeake, Virginia. He believed that he was taken into the craft, which he recalls as being made of glass-like substance and being transparent. It was manned by several individuals who appeared to be undersized creatures similar to members of the human race, probably no more than 4 feet tall. They were all allegedly wearing regular trouser pants and t-shirts. Collins believed that they were transported by this craft for an undetermined from an undetermined distance and returned to his point of takeoff approximately 1 hour later. Collins spoke in coherent manner, although he appeared to be under certain emotional strain. He claimed he had not been drinking any intoxicants, but he was unable to account for the time between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. He stated he was telephoning from his workshop but had no recollection of being elsewhere between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. The above is being furnished for your information. Okay. So he think he got abducted. We gotta check on these people. Now that these files out, it's gonna be a lot easier to check on some of these people. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I need to check on them, see how their life went. Are you still alive? Yeah, the way some of y'all are. A lot of y'all refusing to leave. Yeah, a lot of these older people refusing to leave. I know an old lady right now who finna be 200. Yeah, she finna be 200. I don't see her going nowhere. Yeah, everybody stop aging when they was 35 and then go through one more age at 40, then ain't age since. Literally that one change at 40, then they just be like that. All right. So 1966, like I said, was a time to be alive. I'm gonna keep saying that. We'd have been teed up, y'all. We all would have known each other. Everybody in this chat would have known each other just because we was, man, what? You seen a UFO? Yeah. One of your best friends? But this happened December 30th, 1966, 5 days after Christmas. The day before New Year's Eve. So furnished, or do it say tarnished, the following information on, okay, 12/30/66, classified secret. with instructions that it is nor it is not to be dismantled in whole or in part outside of the bureau without prior approval. My bad. I had to get close. Let me go ahead, zone man, cause like, what is this? What is fit the page? Some of this stuff I can't read all this. So let's get a little closer. All right. So this telegram is sent out. Y'all doing telegrams? Imagine. Old. I'm just wondering. Dear sir, this letter is in way of clarification and to enlarge upon my accident report and the remarks contained there dated this date and delivered to you physically. The laser ray or cobalt ray is a cell. Oh my lord. Is a cell. Man, why? Like, man, nah. And then they don't let you scroll. Like, all right, yeah, I'm really have to download all these. I want to know what it is. It's a cell. ENA. That look like a BR. I can't read it. Array, and it's similar in use to a cocoon around a silkworm. The entire body is enclosed, and the entire nervous system can be manipulated to a lesser or greater degree of proficiency than is normal. Visions of flying objects are generally faulty visions or fully controlled and is very real. It is that individuals experiencing the phenomena, breathing and heartbeat can be something. Like when this page is like this and it's so hard to read, these the pages that you got to go back and read 30, 40, 50 times. You always go back. Anytime you give me a page and I can't read it like this, I'm reading it again. Yeah, I'm gonna read it again. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and read it again. Yeah, this look. This is just day one. I still got. I got years. Yeah, I got years. Man. What? I'm reading it again. Let me get these dates. No date yet. No date yet. All right. So absolutely manipulated your lie detector test, and can be positively controlled without your knowledge. Any small taste, hearing, sound by, any small taste, hearing by sound or word, sight can be controlled by visions, blocks, or intensity of clarity or pinpoint control of eye direction itself. Any physical sensation can be duplicated, mental and conversational. Blocks can be created at any time, usually within public embarrassment to that person. What are they taught? Okay. Naturally, mathematics, typing, bookkeeping can be manipulated to the extreme of frustrating or nervous or mental collapse. Naturally, mathematics, typing, bookkeeping can be manipulated to the extreme of frustration or nervous or mental collapse. Then say sexual climax can be made to most any individual anywhere or anytime. Any type machine can be manipulated, destroyed, or damaged from unexplainable reasons or sources. This means any part of the component of any part of that machine or motor, regardless of kinder type. Any ignition systems can be shorted at random. Previously, the method used was connecting the array to electric or telephone lines, which gave access to the monitoring of anyone's thoughts wherever he may. Uh, wait, what he just say? Previously, the method used was connecting the array to electric or telephone lines, which gave access to monitoring um of anyone's thoughts wherever he may be, particularly while work at your desk. Thoughts uh thoughts used on the highway while driving were monitored by equipment carried in trucks, rental trailers, autos, etc. Much of this equipment is from out of state, particularly California, used in the valley of non-tourists who are here for reasons of extending over 90 days. Oh no, my bad, 30 days. And who do not pay for Texas plates. Okay. This don't make okay. Okay. They have infiltrated almost every business level. Any man in business cannot realize the reason so many secrets or confidences are lost. A business competitor can eventually bankrupt any or all of his competition. How can how can a defense attorney present a defense when hits when his strategy is known to the opposing attorney? Oh, okay, I get it. Okay. So it's a how can the defense attorney basically win the case if they know exactly what he gonna say? Okay. Cause y'all okay. So basically it's like Now You See Me. Y'all remember the movie Now You See Me, how they wasn't doing magic, but they just basically got into the man's head and then that's why he thought he got transported to Paris and all that. So they basically saying that they can put thoughts in your head. And I heard that. I ain't gonna lie. I heard that. And a lot of scientists, even the lady who got Amy Eskridge, she was even saying that they was putting thoughts in her heads, and other scientists vouched and said, yeah. And it wasn't your own thoughts. Uh all right. So all right. In an extensive review of my driving record, particularly accidents, I believe most are premeditated, all since 1946, because I learned too much in the Navy while at war concerning political appointments of some members of the armed forces with political influences. So he's saying that you. So most you, what y'all think? Y'all think most people whew, imagine, say you get in your car and then you usually go right, but that one time it tell you to go left, and like you really fighting yourself, like you really fighting your body. What if that's what it is? What if that cause I done had the urge to go this way, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to go that way. I feel like it's gonna be police down there, and then I just see people pulled over, or like I just look on my phone. Yeah, police are doing a trap over here and just pulling over any. That would have been me. That would have been me. So I feel like gut feeling, like so you have thoughts and then you have gut feeling. I think whenever you have a gut feeling and your thoughts are telling you something different, you might be getting manipulated. hmm Because if you ever wondered, if you have a power outage or a blackout, your body all in sync. Your thoughts and the way you feel. Like you be like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. When it's a blackout, you don't. Everything is just seem calmer. Like the whole world just calmed down for a minute. Everybody get a little bit nicer. Your dopamine kick on and kick up higher. Yeah, y'all, man. What? What? So look, this happened. Nah, they ain't give a date right here. They love not giving dates. So I saw unidentified fly objects it said 1945. In 1945 on combat missions. Soldiers done seen a lot of things too. They were not the enemy. I further believe that I will possibly experience forgery and very possibly be convicted for it. From valid signature made at service stations using credit cards. The customers get the copy, the station keeps the hard copy, and the clear carbon with the valid signature is purchased or given away for training purposes. These signatures are entirely valid and in court will be so appraised by any handwriting expert. So this involves betrayal of a trust involving state taxes. I wonder if he's saying it like this, because y'all got to remember back then they can't write. I done came to the conclusion that everybody back then, yeah, y'all hurt my head. Y'all hurt my head with y'all writing. But I wonder if he's saying that they gonna try to basically put fraud on his name because you reported this. Like they gonna be like, oh no, because think about this. If somebody be like, I was a military soldier and I seen UFOs, he stole something. Put him in jail. Now you ain't got to listen to him no more. That's the first thing, he a criminal. That's all they gonna say. I have stated the possibility of premeditated murder from the standpoint of the operator, his vehicle, and add to this the same conditions for the other vehicles involved. They are manipulated by the rotten apples in the barrel of the federal security arm, who are untouchable because of the betrayal of the federal top secrets they have sworn to defend. I suspect, especially the CIA and the space arms, is federal intervention necessary at the state levels or business levels in domestic engagement. I further believe this letter would be seized by the post office authorities who already know its contents. If mailed for what I consider obsolete security reasons, it must be transmitted by teletype, telephone, or private carrier. I believe it is a mandatory for the prevention of crime, public safety, and many other reasons that the cobalt or laser process be made public. I believe it has been used in Harlingen for 8 years by select few in all walks of life. So y'all heard about the lasers, didn't y'all? How lasers just show you like a different, like how the world ain't what it's supposed to be. How it just show you a different reality, especially if you take certain things. I further believe that the yielding of this information does not constitute a breach of trust in any way, and that the present equipment is obsolete. Well, I think that's what he meant. It's obsolete. Yeah, I guess. Have having been replaced by the satellite SAMOS, I Spy in the Sky, and similar devices, most of which were publicly announced to the press and or magazines. I further suspect that if not all national congressmen or senators know of the method and have used it for personal. Yeah, they use that for personal gain. Yeah, personal gain. But these are personal purposes in election races and possibly on the state level. I will enlarge upon these views at your convenience if necessary at my own expense and stand trial for the contents herein. Oh, so he's ready to stand trial about this. In this matter, I expressly ask to the cooperation of the Department of Public Safety of Texas, Pennsylvania, and California. And it is state of Texas prefers. And it is the state of Texas I prefer. I guess that's what he meant. With them alone. Well, prefers with them alone, whatever. Any medical or mental examination to the conducted by the Mayo Clinics, Rochester, men, probably Minnesota, by doctors of all Western nations. I'm thinking that's Minnesota. I submit myself as of sound mind and body, and that above is true and correct of my sound operations. There is no proof of the tangible nature of other than public access of the same equipment for the same use. It was invented for national and public safety. Okay, no information was located in the Indies of the Mexico City office. Identified, yeah, basically nothing. So he sent them a letter. Soldier sent them a letter, said, "Hey, look here, y'all. We going to war. They not the enemy, but y'all need to tell people about these projects, and these projects can manipulate minds." So he basically saying we got radar guns that can manipulate your mind. Basically, if y'all, that's basically all it came down to is a radar gun. That's what it sounded like to me. They shoot out radio waves. Just like microwaves. If you had a microwave, if you can walk around with a microwave and stand in the crowd and just be behind somebody, and even if it's small, you can start, man, you know how much damage you can do to them? And they wouldn't even notice. They wouldn't. Or if you just do it on a crowd, everybody, you have been some places in the world, your head just start hurting. Like certain stores. Yeah, they do it at certain stores. Oh, definitely. They do it at certain stores. When they get doing all this, it make me mad. Yeah, all right. That's when the U.S. gave a grant to the University of Colorado, I guess, or was talking about giving it to them. Oh, we gonna keep going, keep going. These just UFO dates. Oh, that Hennessy. Oh, Mr. Hennessy. Man, look, I ain't gonna lie. All right, I gotta start from the top, then. All right, 6-7. So this happened June 8th of '67, y'all. All right, say from Miami, Sacramento, Miami. Wait, nah, that ain't Sacramento. Miami, wherever that's at. I ain't never heard of that. A review of the Miami in Dykes, Indies and Dykes, whatever, reveals information reflecting. Like I really never read some of these words, and I feel kind of, yeah, I don't feel that smart. Reveal information reflecting subject the period at the Miami office on July 24th, 1959. Y'all remember that Miami Mall incident? And volunteers to return to Australia as an intelligence agents. Look, his express motivation was to do something to reply to the debt he felt he owed to the United States. He was afforded the Washington, D.C. headquarters address of the Central Intelligence Agency, told his inquiry to be directed there. And told, yeah, whatever. So, wait, what are we talking about? I want to hear some UFO stuff, but the fact that some of this stuff happened in Miami, mm hmm. I wonder. So let's see what this is. So on April 26, 1967, Paul L. Pyre, yeah, Pyre, yeah, he appeared at the Miami office and furnished the following information relating to an object presented referred to as an unidentified flying object he allegedly photographed during November of 1944. Sometime during 1943, he graduated from the German Air Academy and was assigned as a member of the Luftwaffe on a Russian fort front. I don't know what that is. Near the end of 1944, he was released from his duty and was assigned as a test pilot to the top secret project in the Black Forest of Australia. During this period, he observed the aircraft described above. It was a saucer shaped about 21 feet in diameter, radio controlled, and mounted several jets engines around the exterior portion of the craft. That sounds like some stuff humans made. He further described the exterior portion as revolving around the dome in the center, which remained stationary. It was a Perro's responsibility to photograph the objects while in flight. He asserted he was able to retain the negative of the photo he made at 7,000 meters, 20,000 feet in the sky. A Xerox copy of the negative, as furnished by Perro, appears on the last page of this communication. Also, a still photo he allegedly made at the risk of my life, illustrating the object parked in the hangar, appeared on the last page. I told y'all that sounds like some human stuff. That sounds like a human made it. According to Perro, the above aircraft was designed and engineered by Cure. They don't know his name. A German engineer whose present whereabouts is unknown to him. He assumed Cure was taken into custody by Allied forces upon the termination of hostilities. Perro stated Cure unsuccessfully attempted to avoid German draft, but was apprehended by Gestapo in Vienna, Australia. Sometime during late 1943 or early 1944, Perro also assumed the secrets pertaining to the aircraft were captured by Allied forces. He said this type of aircraft was responsible for the downing of at least one American B-26 airplane. He furnished the following fuel and engine data. Fuel mixture of N2H40 and methyl alcohol, CH3OH. Rather than oxygen holding the mixture of the hydrogen peroxide like H2O and water. 7M1 3M high 2 rocket motors, smooth flow rotary drive over 2,000 meters per second. Perro said he copied this data from a board located in the hangar area. He went and stole Christopher. He went to Christopher Columbus. They data. Oh, he didn't. Perro asserted he was not shot down by the Britons on March 14, 1945, after having been reassigned to the Western Front. He was held prisoner by the British in London and later in Brussels until his release in 1946. He departed from the United States from Bremerhaven, Germany, on December 26, 1951. Entering the United States in New Jersey on January 7, 1952, and was subsequently naturalized in Miami during 1958. He is presently employed as a mechanic at Eastern Airlines, Miami, Florida. He was born May 3rd, 1924 in Australia. Perro stated he was withheld this information because he assumed the United States possessed it. He has become increasingly concerned because the unconfirmed reports concerning a similar object and denials the United States has such an aircraft. He feels such a weapon would be beneficial in Vietnam and would prevent the further loss of American lives, which was his paramount purpose in contacting the FBI. Pryor reiterated he had the original negative of both photographs. He said the shots were taken at about 30 second time exposure. This document contained neither recommendation nor conclusions of the FBI loan agent. Yeah, you know how it is. Yeah. So yeah, that's just his statement right there. And how Christopher Columbus they fuel mixture. This better not be the picture they was talking about. Yeah, this better not be the picture they was talking about. I know that. Them the two negatives. Y'all so bogus. I promise you, y'all is. A bell-shaped object. So we have a bell-shaped object. It looked like some off Dragon Ball. I ain't gonna lie. It looked like one of Frieza ships. That's most definitely man-made. I don't care what nobody say. Yeah. So wait, you said best possible image? All right. Yeah, y'all playing. Yeah, that's like one of them bell shaped objects people be talking about though. Yeah, and all right, so y'all trying to give us the same stuff over and over. I ain't going for that. I ain't going for that. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Yeah. Mr. Hoover was covering up a lot of things. The more I read this, Mr. Hoover was covering up everything. Yeah, Hoover, you ain't no good. I ain't gonna lie to you, you ain't. You were terrible. Dear Mr. Hoover, man, we don't care about your birthday, but he said a very happy birthday, July 1967. I am very lucky to have the opportunity this afternoon to be able to introduce to you the UFO Contact IGAP Journal. This magazine has been dedicated to Mr. George Adamowski or Adamaki. My letter to you and the enclosed magazine is a project of my own. I am a reporter for UFO Contact, and this is why I hope to bring to the attention of VIP of our country. Our magazines and the text, and I said text, and the message, my bad, this is 67, and the message that is contained to the reader. I don't sell the magazine, but plan to give it to the person I write to as a gift. The cost is my own, and the experience I will gain will be a reward, perhaps an advantage to the position of coworker for IGAP in the future. Man, I don't care about nobody kissing up, trying to be cool with him. You don't keep it pushing. What is it? They journal right here? Man, you don't get out my face, IGAP. I ain't gonna even lie to you. If you don't get out my face, we over here trying to learn about UFOs. But basically, they just showing how, hey, we wanted everything. We gonna give y'all everything. You better look through it. I got you. I will. And it's only paid. And it's only the first one. Yeah, if it ain't got nothing to do with UFO contacts, I don't want it. Damn. Uh, okay, yeah, I gotta go to the top, and they better be in order. Okay. Wait, hold up. Oh, this is just the paper, right? Hold on. 'Cause I'm trying to find somewhere to read that's actually interesting. You gotta go through this whole page and just could back in 19th century viewers all over England were amazed when their screen suddenly carried the identification card and call letters of television station Clee in Houston, Texas, a freak occurrence. This is what Ezra thought. The radio engineer tried to. So they were saying that the static from the TVs was hit. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. They playing. Yeah, this is just people like a little article. No, insisted he pushed me, shoved his way into many times in hospital, climate X-ray analysis. Take it or leave it. He died. Man, yeah. So I guess this is just that like little little thing they had, but I'm trying to like, what are the stories that Madeline, who has worked in a government office for many years, just stood up and told them she wouldn't like to be in their shoe, wouldn't like to be in their shoe when people found out what was being kept from them. Do you think the public was blind? Many has seen the planes chasing saucers, even children, and Madeline has come out of the committee room seething with anger. A few weeks afterwards, she had failed a scout ship over her own front yard. Fred loosened up a little bit and spent like, okay. Mm-mm. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't read all of this BS. Talking about her birthday. Yeah, hey, congratulations. Sound like y'all want to be a reality TV show. Was this red glowing light swaying over the house? Fred smiled knowingly. You can bet that. Yeah, I can't. If y'all want to go read that, y'all can. But I need some stories. Yeah, I need some stories. This just ain't. This just that magazine. I'm not reading that magazine. Not gonna lie. Not reading that magazine. And this just all. So look, this all a proof that they've been here the whole time. Like the UFOs been here the whole time, and the government just been lying. Okay, okay. I think we got action. They had to be very specific. They said a young white female who refused to give her name appeared at a Dallas FBI office on October 9th, 1967. She stated she is interested in unidentified flying objects and had received a quantity of information concerning beings from outer space. She stated she would not reveal her identity as she would feel like a fool if this information is not true. She stated if it is true, however, she will meet with interested official and furnish all the information she has, provided nothing is done to endanger her safety. She she stated July of 1967, she met a being from another planet who assumed the earthly form. He gave her certain information and then he was picked up and departed from the earth on August 21st, 1967. She stated she then received messages from non earthly sources in a manner she refused to discuss. She stated these sources told her the following. Okay. It said a anti-missile was fired at a UFO over Africa on May 22nd, 1962, but the UFO was protected by its force field. Y'all remember the Hellfire missile? Uh, a UFO was detected 22,000 miles from Earth by radar about August 6th, 1967. A UFO was detected over Antarctica August 20th, 1967. A UFO was detected over the dew line in the past week and was shot down and being was shot down and beings from outer space are trying to recover it. Damn. And this happened so this happened this October, right? So we can say about September of 1967. Uh we can say UFO, what was it, September? It said where a disabled nuclear missile. Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. Okay, so Okay, it could have been. It could have been August. I mean October. Yep, Shank Harbor UFO, October 4th. Where's the dew line at? Where's the dew line? Um, yeah, but it say Insane Harbor. Yeah, Shag. My bad, Shag Harbor. I said Shane. It was in Nova Scotia, Canada. Nova Scotia, Canada. Is that the right one? Where is the Where is the dew line at? Let's say Arctic. So we shot some over by the Arctic. There was a lot going on around them times. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. She ain't getting no more details. After that, she ain't getting no more details. She like, go look it up. What I said, go look it up. Dang. We good. I've been good. Mayak, we on page 104 of about 10,000. Hold on. It's October 9th. When? October 9th. Okay, okay. She received the truth and will furnish full details. Okay, okay. So she ain't say nothing, but she said she stated, this will include information regarding the destruction of a moon explorer vehicle by beings from outer space and how those beings shot down the Russian cosmonaut. She stated she fears for her life if it becomes known she contacted official as person who saw UFOs have died mysteriously in the past. She said this in 1967, y'all. She stated if the Air Force officials want to contact her, she can be reached by a message to a telephone number she had given the FBI agent, and she will meet officials at the Dallas FBI office only. You must got some people who gonna be outside watching them entrances and them exits. Hmm. How did I just miss my mouth? Okay. But yeah. Why do they put the same thing? Like these now I'm starting to see that y'all just putting the same thing back to back. We already read this. Mm-hmm. We already heard the nightcap and what they doing. Hold up. Glenn Evans. Glenn Evans. Hold up, y'all. Like some of these people I'm looking up in real time because I don't know these people. Like, can my phone just stop? Google don't ever open up other apps and I'm just trying to use Google. I ain't gonna lie. I hate when Google do that. Glenn Evans. Yeah, he ain't been heard of. They did something to him, man. My name is Glenn Evans. I work for the United States Saucers Hunter Organization. I am writing this in regard to a report that the FBI had captured a saucer occupant. This was published in the Flying Saucer mag along with the photo of two alleged FBI agents and a saucer occupant. Is this true that the FBI really have a saucer man? And hey, you can't say it's AI. You can't say it's AI. Don't play. If I seen a picture in 1960s, it was real to me. Yeah, we ain't got AI. Tough. What? We don't have AI. Okay. At least you write better. Look, at least I can read this. Alleged FBI uh agents and a yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Some of these words still gonna get me. And I read cursive good, but these they cursive? Yeah. That 1960 grammar was different. I've been Jimmy Neutron in the grammar. I don't even like using periods. Yeah. I like run on sentences. Like make people stress. Yeah, man. They talking about you a student. I don't care about no student. This the original paper was on though. Look, like y'all shot at him. Like y'all shot at him through the paper. Yeah. Like, well, I got more holes on this paper. Oh, never mind. I was finna say. How many times y'all how many times y'all hole punch that damn paper, man? Playing. Paper clipped the hole punched it. Okay. We got some more sightings. This happened December 7th, 1963. Most likely before you were born. If you was born in 1963, what was y'all doing? Because y'all should have been living. Y'all had UFOs in the sky. You had people visiting you, making life interesting. I'll be like, look here. I just want to be able to run full speed for 30 hours straight. What do you got for me? I'll go to every marathon and be him. I'll be an Olympic runner. Yeah, man, I'm up to no good. But this happened, yeah, December 7th, 1963. I observed in the sky at Morristown, New Jersey, an unusual object and its unusual behavior. On December 8th, 1963, just 24 hours later at Elkton, Maryland, the Pan America aircraft with 73 passengers and a crew of 8 perished when when this aircraft exploded in mid-air and crashed. Damn. Uh, that's crazy. I sent a tape recording of the observation I had made on December 7th to Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, John Edgar Hoover. His name is John. And associated this object with the crash of the plane. Mr. Hoover informed me that the Civil Aeronautics Board was investigating this disaster, and what I had sent him would be forwarded to them. The CAB, cab. We ain't talking about New York City cab drivers, y'all. In the month of March 6, 1965, the CAB released a report that this accident and cause was due to a lightning strike. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I think y'all had some on board, and them aliens was like, hey. I protested to Senator Case of New Jersey's. Senator Case mailed me the official report by the CAD along with the letter by Mr. John Draghi, Director Community and Congressional Relations. Upon reading the official CAB report on this incident and this letter, I have to come to the conclusion that neither the CAB or the writer of this letter know what they're talking about. I have missed the point completely. He cooking. 1965, you are cooking. Nah, this 63. Wait, no, in a month. Nah, he 1965, I think. Yeah, this happened 1965. Oh yeah, they gonna get you took up out of here because I respect you too much already. Yeah, they come on, man. They like, man. Talking about, hey, he said they don't know what they talking about though. Like, imagine writing the FBI like, hey, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Fix this. I claim that the object which I seen was land air mines and that I claim that the object which I seen was land air mines and that this aircraft was destroyed by contact with one of those. So we had UFOs laying down IEDs in the sky. Okay, okay. Man, this man just said he seen a craft putting down bombs in the sky. I didn't heard it all. I didn't heard it all. Yeah, that's worrying. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that's worrying. All right, so this right here got to be some metal they found and they tested. So it's a metal splatters on the leading edge of the horizontal stabilizer were identified by spectrographic analysis as being formed from two different aluminum alloys. However, these alloys could not be identified since the chemical composition of the deposit did not conform to any alloy used in the airplane. They used magnesium and something else, I think. The long axis of the deposit varied from 18 degrees inboard to 4 degrees outboard. Sound Sound like some geometry. Like it sound like math and angles, but I don't know. I'm just getting geometry popping up in my head for some reason. Like, oh, you gotta like this for this reason. You gotta like that for that reason. Yeah. I don't know. Uh element missing. On July 18, 1964, I made another observation, the details of which I sent to Harvard College Observatory, Cambridge, Mass. This sighting was astronomical, not a man made object. A copy of their return letters enclosed. Somehow, both of the observation had something in common, the color. I proceeded to experiment and have arrived at the following conclusion after several hundred experiments had taken place. I have bought books on astronomy and also books on flying saucers. I know that this object was not astronomical in any way, nor was it a flying saucer. The object was clearly designed missile camouflaged to as appear as a meteor or as a flying saucer. However, the missile failed to operate as planned. That is how I was able to see the complete details of the color and also the design, which I furnished to the government. I also know why the design was used and why the colors were arranged as they were. My experiment proved this. Through my experiments, I have been able to determine the following: where they get the tremendous speed from, the wobbling effect they have on occasion, appearing to oscillate their uh, about their very vertical axis, why they make no noise, condensation or exhaust, whooshing and wheezing, humming noise on occasion, different colors they have, pulsating lights, luminous appearance, different forms and shapes. That's a lot. These objects are constantly being sent over both the North and South Americas by Russia. Anyone seeing these objects are instantly responsible as responsive as to flying saucers subject to ridicule if this is mentioned to Indian or reported to authorities. Uh, Russia is well aware of this fact and has capitalized upon the fact they have in this way been able to penetrate our radar systems undetected. To conclude, the present situation can be blamed upon the various governmental agencies who in the past have scoffed at the ridicule of people who have reported these sightings. Now we we are about to pay with 60 million American lives or more some price. Our one hope is that Russia and China will go to war against one another. This then will give us time to create an effective and efficient radar system that cannot be penetrated. I am not a prophet of doom, just an American citizen who is concerned about the future. Uh, you too, American citizen, because that sounded so stupid. That just sounded dumb. I'm not gonna lie to you. You just like I ain't gonna say the whole. No, not everything sounded dumb. It was just towards the end. It was towards the end. It was really this part by Russia. That don't even sound right, y'all. That sounds straight absurd. Like everything else cool, but that ending, like in your brain, you probably don't want to believe it, but Russia, nobody in that time that you lived in, nobody in this time that I live in, no Russian, no American had the stuff that y'all was saying. No technology can do the things y'all saying. Like what? You no. Yeah, so some stuff you do gotta watch out for that, cause that made no sense. And I ain't finna be like, oh yeah, look, nah, that in like you gotta pick and choose what to listen to. He was cool up until that. I'm like, that makes zero sense. But at the same time, it's 1965. What can I expect? It ain't like he has Google. It ain't like he can literally have like come up with his own opinion after just going through a billion articles. Uh, this happened July 28th, 1964 in Mount Holly, New Jersey. It said, "Dear Mr. Stewart, the object you saw was a bright meteor, sometimes called a fireball or boy light. Almost all bright meteors are small bodies moving in orbit rather." Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, one thing you ain't finna do is uh say something was a meteor. Say, oh, you crazy. You ain't see nothing. It was a meteor. And then try to explain to me what a meteor is. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's one of the quickest ways to get hands put on you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, you not finna play with me. Yeah, you not finna play with me. That's the quickest way to get hands put on you. Not finna play with you. I'm about some. Oh, what you saw? It was a meteor. Sometimes they call it a fireball. Boy, what man? Hey, hey, y'all better. Y'all people better than me. I'm like, hey, I'm at the FBI office right now. I need to see the boss. And itching. Make sure they ain't hit me one of them waves through the window. Fucking hand just started itching hella bad though. Like, y'all want to know something? Usually when I talk about this stuff, I'm surprised my live even still working. Usually they turn all this stuff off. Yeah, but my allergies acting up, my hand itching. I've been cool. Talking about these damn UFOs, stuff get to happening. Yeah, I don't care about y'all research for that. Yep, none for us here. Yeah, that's all the stuff that we basically read. All right, look, May 14, 1969. There are currently rumors over the grapevine and in print that suggest men with oriental features wearing dark clothes go around terrorizing people who have close up views of UFOs. First time we heard about the men in black in here. And it's been an hour and 53 minutes. And I'm going kind of quick. I ain't gonna lie, I'm talking a lot. But man, we here. We've been waiting on this for a while. You act like we're gonna have time. Everybody gonna be talking about it. Oh well. Uh First time we heard about men in black in here, though, y'all. Wearing dark clothes, going around terrorizing people who have had close-up views of UFOs. It is rumored these creatures have impersonated armed forces officers and FBI investigators. They are supposed to ride around in black or dark automobiles. They either have old license. Oh, yeah. They have old license tags or none at all. Several are reported to have attempted to run down witnesses of UFO sightings. Uh, Made disturbing, almost macabre, macabre phone calls. I guess threatening, almost scary or whatever, frightening, eerie. Yeah, I guess. phone calls silenced several investigators who were supposed to have learned some dark secret about extraterrestrial craft or mission plans and opened the mail. So they opened the mail. Tap telephones or even take pictures of several homes where UFO witnesses live. Can you give me any information on such rumors, or can you refer to me a source who facility can answer my questions? He asking this in 1969. Yeah, this information will help settle some disturbing questions that readers of my article. Personally, I'm not sure at all whether I can fully accept these rumors as facts. I need more information. Any information you can supply can ease the worries of people who feel that the objects unknown they see in the sky may portend the visit of a mysterious visitor. Oh, okay. Uh, They was like, yeah. So what happened was we don't know what you're talking about. You crazy. Yeah, this just his letter. This the man. This the one dude. I can read this a little better than the other one though. I can read this better than the other one. Mr. Hearing again vote the FBI stating that the response to his earlier statement has been destroyed in a recent fire. Okay. So this the man who we gonna start from the beginning. Letter dated January 20, 1965 by J.A. Hennessy of, whatever, of his house. Is it is it usual procedures for FBI agents to investigate reports of unidentified flying objects which has been seen on the ground? Mr. Hennessy's letterhead indicated that he was a UFO research investigator and Amber National Investigative Committee, or a member of the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. By letter dated January 26, 1965, Mr. Hennessy was informed that much much matters did not come within our investigation jurisdiction. On November 26, 1966, Mr. Hennessy again wrote the FBI stating that the response to his earlier letter has been destroyed in a recent fire, and he was asking if they would politely hand them over. Like, I guess he was trying to get a copy. Uh, but yeah, look, okay. Investigation Committee of the Aerial Phenomena has added associate member of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. He was informed by the letter of 19 he was informed of the letter 1930 19 well, November 30 1966. My bad. It's hard to read this. That our policy remain unchanged, that he was furnished a copy of our prior communications. I doubt he was given that copy. Stated that Mr. Hennessy had no inquiries regarding UFOs and was told he should make his inquiries through official channels, and responded that he is accustomed to receiving replies directly from U.S. agencies. We finally got to read it. At least that was a clearer version. Well, I don't even know if that was the same version. This the FBI. When they said it's about the FBI. Where is it? Uh, yeah, they ain't talking about nothing. If it ain't, So this just goes to show how many documents was just getting released back to back to back to back. Well, not getting released, just getting reported. Somebody outside running from the police. Like I can just hear them on like, yeah, I can hear them blocks away, just running. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be some UFO info right there. That ain't nothing. All right, yeah, that ain't nothing, y'all. We ain't missing no info. I know we all here for the same. We want the real stuff. All right, look, I got y'all right here. On September 17th, 1963, Mr. John S. Castle, an FBI agent of the Newport News in Virginia. Let me do this. Contingent visited me at my place of work basically in Virginia, to interview me and my interest in the flying object or in flying objects in general. I understand that Mr. Castles prepared a formal report for the interview. Since President Nixon recently had expressed his intention to assure that the privacy and civil liberties of individuals, citizens, receive the protection they deserve under the form of government. So that means President Nixon, he look. So basically, thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it. Basically, Nixon was trying to help everybody, but y'all know how they've been saying that the presidents don't know about nothing. Like how Trump just really found out not too long ago about all this. But yeah, it sounded like Nixon was trying to do the right thing, but the people, the president ain't the person in power. If y'all didn't know that, just because you the face of something, don't mean nothing. Uh, It said it is with the spirit of that assurance that I respectfully request that you send me a copy of Mr. Castle's report along with all other documents in your file pertaining to my activities in the UFO research field. I doubt you get that. It is official. That's official. And there's a bunch of people asking for UFO information. Like, a bunch of Project Blue Book, like they not helping nobody. Yeah, they weren't doing nothing. They was just finding stuff and keeping it to themselves. What is this? It said there are a number of university and professional scientist organizations, such as the American Association for the Advancement of Science, which has considered UFO phenomenon during periodic meetings and seminars. In addition, a list of private organizations list or interested in aerial phenomena may be found in Gale's Encyclopedia of Association, edition 8, volume 1, PP 432-3. Such timely review of the situation by private groups ensures the sound evidence will not be overlooked by the scientific community. That was a lie. That was a lie. That was a lie. They said, "Oh, you want to be a scientist? You went to school to do all this? I end your career today if you say something about this. Go look at amoeba. Go watch that amoeba." Yeah. Mm-mm. All right, I guess it's termination of Project Blue Book. So we need to know this information. I'm trying to keep all the relevant information. I ain't trying to get our head filled up with all the BS because it took me just an hour and 30 minutes to realize that they was feeding us a lot of BS, and then yeah, everything ain't meant to be read because there's a lot of filler in here too. So it says on December 17th, 1969, the Secretary of the Air Force announced the termination of Project Blue Book, the Air Force program for the investigation of UFOs. Y'all wouldn't have opened nothing if it wasn't real. Yeah, look, you don't open up a burger shop if burgers don't exist. You don't open up a donut shop if donuts don't exist. You don't open up no mechanic shop if cars and none of them fits don't exist. How you gonna open up a car mechanic shop with no cars? Yeah, you don't. Yeah, that's not how it work. That's not how it work. You don't sit right here and be like, okay, I want to make a new invention. I'm gonna open up a shop and start making it. You didn't even try to write something down and think of nothing. It doesn't work like that, y'all. You have to start somewhere. Yeah, like man, what? Just like NASA, you gotta start somewhere like NASA did. They looked in that water and was like, "What about space? Let's talk about space." All right. So look, let me shut up. All right, the decision to the decision to discontinue UFO investigations was based on an evaluation of a report prepared by the University of Colorado entitled "Scientific Study of Unidentified Flying Objects." A review of University of Colorado's report by the National Academy of Science / past UFO study / Air Force experience investigating UFO reports during the past 2 decades. And y'all ain't find nothing. So you telling me y'all look for something for 20 years, y'all ain't find nothing? Lie. Lie. I'll find something that don't exist in 20 years. Yeah. If I look for something for 20 years, I'm gonna find it even if it don't exist. Am I lying? Like, or is that not how life been going? Yeah, 20, you told me 20 years ago, oh, you gonna have a phone with a touchscreen on it, and you gonna be able to call, do this. Boy, you crazy. Get out my face, man. Let me play my Nintendo 64 in peace. Let me play my GameCube in peace. Like, man, move. Talking about some technology like that. If you absurd. But yeah. So as a result of these investigations studies and experiments from investigating UFOs since the 1948s, the conclusion of Project Blue Book is no UFO reported, investigated. Wait, no UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force has ever given any indication of threat to our national security. So basically, they saying that no UFO that was ever reported was a threat. What about them air bombs? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. There has been no evidence submitted to our submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represent technological developments or principle beyond a range of present day scientific knowledge, and there has been no evidence indicating that the sightings categorized as unidentified or extraterrestrial vehicles. You don't even know what they are. Yeah, you don't even know what they are. That's why I don't like stuff like that. Like, oh, that's fake. That will never exist. Like, people don't. If you don't know nothing, it's really hard for you to even get a say on it. Cause think about this. If I be like, cause I'm one of the people. I'm like, man, nah, Bigfoot not real, man. Bigfoot not real. And then you wanna know what throw me off? I looked up. Okay, if a human was born outside and born just in the nature, like how good, like how would they be able to avoid us? People always say, "Well, we would have been caught them on camera already." Sitting in their house, just not thinking, right? Because you're inside of a building, you used to going to sleep in a bed and all this, right? So your brain don't think like a person who's like, "Oh, yeah, if I live in the jungle, I can just smell you." Yeah, people in the jungle. If I walk through the jungle, it's people who be like, it's like if you ever walked outside and smell barbecue and you turn your head in every direction, whichever direction got the strongest barbecue smells, where they at. That's how I try to tell people and explain it to them. Like, imagine you smelling barbecue, be like, oh, that barbecue smell good. And you look in the whole 360 direction and you looking that way, and you be like, oh, that's how good you can smell. If I throw you in the woods and keep you out there, and then you in the woods chilling, you'll start being able to smell me when I come. You'll be able to smell the food I eat. You'll be able to smell everything. You'll be able to smell the grease coming out my pores. Yeah, that's why I'm like, if you don't know, you can't. And one thing I heard about UFOs, and this is interesting. Aliens said that this what or reported what the alien said. So they said the periodic table is like a Rubik's cube. And they were like, what do you mean with that? It say, you know how you want to just line it up, just twist it. That's it. Just twist it. That's and he said humans will never be able to understand what he mean by that. Like you have a periodic table. Who's like just put the periodic table all in a Rubik's cube. And then they was like, so how do you get from one place to the next? Just twist it. I'm like, I ain't gonna lie. My brain been stuck since then. I'm like, when I figure out what you mean by just twisted, so are you saying that all of do something happen when you put all the elements together? Or what? Like, is it all the elements put together? Is it this? Is it that? Is it certain elements that when you line them up and put them together in a certain order that they, you know? So that's one thing that threw me off and had me, yeah, yeah. So look, with the termination of the Project Blue Book, the Air Force regulation establishing and controlling the program for investigating and analyzing UFOs was rescinded. All documentation regarding the former Blue Book investigation has been permanently transferred to the modern military branch, National Archives and Record Service. All right. So basically, they went back to the they was from 1947, 1969. They had to find some undeniable proof for them to be like, you know what, this is getting out of hand. 122 sightings in 1947. 1957 though, like then you got 1960. I told y'all 1966 was a time to be alive. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But 1952, so much unidentified stuff going on. Y'all didn't even look. I don't agree with. I think all these are unidentified because y'all ain't give people no. And all these letters y'all wasn't giving no. You said it could have been a meteor. Like what? Wasn't no meteor. Spending $6 per cop, man. Shit. Back then, shit. That's a month's worth of food. Eating out, shit. I'll make it work. Yeah, these just all type of people talking about this. And we are done. This one. We are done with this one. FBI, y'all ain't no good. And that was the first one. Oh, y'all thought I was playing? I'm not playing, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This, hold on, nah. Okay. I'm not playing, man. I don't know why my good thing I ain't using the old thing. All right, let's see what they got in here. Here y'all go. Here y'all go. I'm still keep zooming in. All right, they ain't no UFO information, nothing really, for real, for real. All right, yeah, we got something right here. So this happened August 13th, 1947. 1947, yeah. Let me get myself prepared for this one. And make sure y'all hit that them like buttons before y'all go. Cause man, we gotta get into this, man. I gotta get back on this side. I'm tired of going side to side. But look, I think we can zoom in on this. Go back to our 125, like we've been doing. All right, we back in business. So August 13th, 1947. So they said it was some stating a flying disc that had been reported at Hackensack, New Jersey. Whoever lived there, that sounds terrible. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. On August 3rd, by a man named Charles Cecilia and William Truex. So come on, they be having to put the name and all this. Upon the interview by Special Agent Arthur F. Williams, I don't trust nobody named Arthur, of the division, stated that on August 3rd, he had been standing with William Truex, a soldier stationed at Fort Dix, observing a ham radio rig atop a two-story house on Simmons Avenue, Hackensack. Simmons Avenue, Hackensack. It was approximately 7:45 p.m. and they were in the vicinity for the purpose of meeting Truex's girlfriend, one Joyce's McFarland. Sound like Seth MacFarlane Peoples. Uh, Truex commented to Cecilia that a child had apparently lost his balloon. Cecilia looked up about a block or a half a block away and noticed a round black object moving from south to north and east of the stop where he and Truex was standing. Okay, y'all perfect with these locations. Uh, Cecilia noticed that it was moving too fast to be an ordinary balloon, but he could not discern whether it was a globular in form or a disc. He said it. Okay, he said it was about 30 to 40 feet, 40 inches in diameter, moving north in a horizontal plane. about 200 yards above the top of the hills at the Summit Avenue and Simmons Avenue. It proceeded at a steady rate, emitted no rays, and it was moving fast enough to require them to turn their heads steadily in order to follow it. All right. I wonder what that was. I wonder what that was. Y'all think it was like a drone or something? Like an alien drone? That's what I'll be thinking of, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. But look, Truett's girlfriend came out about 15 seconds uh after they first sighted it. They pointed it out to her, and she said that it looked like a bird on the horizon, so small it faded out of sight shortly thereafter. Cecilia said that a line drawn along its apparent course of flight would go from the vicinity of Bendix, New Jersey, to a point west of Westwood, New Jersey. What is Bendix? Y'all got some names. Cecilia also said that a man on the porch across the street also noticed it and pointed it out to the woman. I think y'all lying, because why everybody pointed out to her? Cecilia said that this man seemed excited but did nothing about it. Cecilia said that he was positive it was not an optical illusion. He was not facing into the sun and saw the object clearly. He also said that he would have thought nothing of it except for the speed at which it was traveling. Mm-hmm. So it was moving too fast. All right. I think this is this Joyce getting interviewed? Oh yeah, so Miss Joyce got interviewed right here. So question occurs 7:30. She said that she was in the house when Cassidy and Truett's and True, I'm just called him True. Make it easier for myself. Uh call her. She went out immediately and they pointed out the object in question. She saw it just before it disappeared over the horizon, but she declared that it was in view from the time for approximately 1 minute. She said it was round and a silver blue ball, or silver blue in color, and appeared to be revolving. She said that she did not recall making any comments that it might have been a bird, and herself had no idea of what it would be. In view of the distance from which she noticed it, she said that it could not have been more than 6 inches in diameter, but uh that would mean uh that look damn, but would have been much larger if she had been near it. Okay, my bad. I had got some of these words just cut off, and yeah. Miss McFarland said that she had never seen anything like it. She said across the street, the Boots, mother and daughter, were the only people sitting on the porch, and she herself did not notice anyone pointing towards the object in question. The only person around, to her knowledge, was Gloria Truett, sister of William True, who remained in the house and did not see the object at all. Uh, So, but she said that she basically like, oh man, no, that ain't happened. I believe the men though. I ain't gonna lie. Cause in real life, females be saying the same thing to me. They be like, I ain't say that yet. Okay, all right, okay. If you know, you know. You don't even argue. You just say okay and just forget about it. You have a better life. Um. So, Miss Winfield stated that she was on the porch on the evening. So this the Boots, like Miss Booth, the one that the lady said she seen outside. She stated she was on the porch that evening in question with her mother, but did not notice any unusual objects in the sky, nor had any man been present there to point out the object in question. Hold on. Okay, hold on. The following information was received from Tourette's through interviews by Special Agent T. Howard Waldron. Okay. So okay, William, okay, Mr. Truex, he was in the army. All right. So look, y'all, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. So one thing that's throwing me off is you see how she like how the it's a lot of like all the females are like, oh, this didn't happen, or and they got different versions. Look, whenever I seen what I seen in 2018 in the sky, nobody in the house remembered but me. Nobody remembered but me. The power went out of everything. Nobody remember the power going out or nothing. Even though people in the house playing online gaming, so if the power go out in the house, that mean the Wi-Fi go out. That mean you can't play online. How don't y'all remember that? That's when, hey, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. And it's just like time be missing. But this is Private Truett's. He enlisted in the okay. Truett stated on Sunday, August 3rd, 1947 at 8 p.m. He was standing outside the home uh, of his girlfriend, Miss Joyce McFarland, uh, accompanied by Charles of 287 Euclid, New Jersey, who is his sister's fiance. He said that Cecilia were looking at the radio antenna on the home near the 478 Simons Avenue address when they noticed an object. Lord. So, man, hold on. I gotta have some more. At 2 hours, I ain't gonna lie. My throat getting me. All right, get back. About 2 to 3 feet in. All right. They noticed an object about 2 to 3 feet in diameter moving rapidly about 200 yards off the ground. Truett said he first thought it was a child's balloon, but when he noticed there was no wind and the object had no strings to it, he decided it was something else. You wouldn't be able to see the strings from that far. I'm just saying. I'm being realistic. I'm not lying to you. Uh, he stated the objects were moving in a steady straight path going north, and he said there was no wind or indication of any motion or motive power for the object. So basically, no propulsion, like nothing, no electric, nothing, no nothing. True said they observed the object for 15 to 20 seconds. He could not give a description of the object's color or the material it was composed of, but it looked more like a large flat child's cup than anything else he could think of. As the object was oval on the top and came to a point on the bottom side, True said that Cassilia stated maybe it's a flying saucer. Cause I'm like, man, I want to abbreviate some of these names, but he a male. He said he never seen anything move through the air quite like this object and had no idea where it came from. True stated that neither me nor Cassilia had anything to drink, and there was sufficient light for them to observe the object very clearly. The flying disc was reported by Cassilia to the Sergeant James Perron. All right, so he basically advised the writer that his department had taken no further action, nor had they received reports of the object in question from any of the sources it may be noted. I ain't gonna lie. Uh, I seen the video. I seen the video of what they talking about. Military over a military base. Y'all remember the balloon, the small little balloon like thing? It's like black. It's like black, but it could be blue. Uh if you know, you know. We're gonna find that video. That's if it's not even in here. All right, somebody. This about somebody bringing some materials to their lab, unknown materials home. All right, so it's a FBI Detroit. Uh, Raymond Edward Lands and Miss Laura Lane. Informants flying disc info received from DOW Department of War Chemical Company, Midland, Michigan. That's on July 10th. That on July 10 last, Raymond Edward Lane, an employee of Department of War and subsidiary since about 1922, brought some material to their physical laboratory stating about 5:15 p.m. July 9th. I don't think you spell 15 like that. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. And these y'all, yeah. I don't think you spell like that. I told y'all this is why I've been struggling this whole time. I'm like, bro, is some of these words not spelled right? He had like look, yeah, up here brought. He had brought some materials and he can't spell. Yeah, man, y'all can these scientists, they were just scientists. They ain't care about reading. Yeah, I like them scientists. Care about having no words. That about 5:15 p.m. July 9th. Last night he and his wife he and wife. I swear this real, y'all. I swear this is real. Somebody really wrote this. This is all government paper. I swear. Somebody, I don't know. Laura Lane. They was walking in the field owned by Doe, and 100 feet away heard a puff noise. Turned and saw a ball of white about the size of a bushel bacon burning about a foot off the ground. The fire died out immediately, and Lane later scooped up a 3-inch area of fused sand into a can, then took it to the physics lab. Both complainants interviewed, Raymond telling substantially same story, but wife reluctant to talk and very indefinite on what happened. There are marked discrepancy in their stories. DOW authorities consider story fantastic but have examined material and state contents to be ordinary sand, not radioactive, but giving off ammonia gas. A small silver nugget almost pure except for sand. Sand mixed in, not radioactive, melted, or something sand which gives off ammonia odor, and little droplets of silver melt into the sand. Some other grayish color and material, which is radioactive level of radioactivity extremely low. Employee formerly employed by government. Okay, employed by government at Los Alamos project states fused sand has some characteristics. So if it was just saying, why do you got people at Los Alamos looking at it? Yeah. See, that's what I be talking about. If it's just saying, why do you have people at Los Alamos looking at it? It don't because they trying to lie to us. That's why, y'all. All right. It say page 2 of the Los Alamos sand, but not believed to be the same. Raymond Land, known to have in his possession small quantities of luminous paint, radioactive. To be an amateur photographer, to have limited knowledge of chemistry and physics from employment at DOW. Land described as very particular, surely antagonistic to plant protection officers. Interested in photography and electricity, Lane is white, born May 7th, 1992. Because I swear, who let y'all... the 1940s was different. At Free Soil, Michigan, 5'9" and 1/2, 145 pounds. Dark brown hair, partly bald. Damn, you was short and bald. Served U.S. Army 1918 to 1923. Convicted 19 Wait, yeah, convicted 1923, 1924, Midland County, my bad, Michigan, for burglary, serving 6-day sentence. Neither party admits story is a prank, but Lane had mentioned flying disc and rockets. On interview, Lane was reluctant to discuss the matter, and neither he nor his wife are able to locate the exact location where the material was found. They know where it's at. Army Air Force intelligence at Self-Ride Field, Michigan, has been advised. So, okay, they didn't want to tell the government where the stuff was. So they found something. They found something. Yeah, okay. This is just the same story. So this another August 8th, 1947. I don't know if it was that day, but that's the day they got this one on. But it happened in no, it say 8/8/47. Okay. No, yeah, August 8th. But it could have. I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's a flying disc sighted by Mr. Robert Little, security mater. It's Chicago Herald American Today. Chicago Herald American Today reported that little of 632 6327 Harper Avenue, Chicago, reported seeing the disc 3:30 a.m. today, sailing above Lake Michigan off Jackson Park Beach. Little unavailable for an interview today. Father-in-law Joseph Rayner, 6327 Harper Avenue, advised Little sighted disc over a month ago, and she is 18 years of age. No further inquiry. Okay. So basically, two people seeing the same flying disc in the middle of the night. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Let me see. Let me make it make sense now. All right. All right. So this happened July 21st, 47. Uh Colonel whatever. So we finna see. This happened at 32nd Air Force Base Unit, Boiling Field, Washington, D.C. The attachment Mortium sets forth information and statistics regarding two reportings of the incidents of flying disc. This is also attached a map of Illinois River area, which was furnished to Mr. Reynolds by Colonel uh, Gold Branson. Gold Branson. Uh, Colonel Gold Branson stated that according to this map, the incidents reported in the attached memorandum, memorandum, hey man, look, it's certain words I can't say, and y'all finna have to MEMORAN memorandum. Look here, y'all. Are in the general vicinity of Lily Lake. Yeah, it's been 2 hours. That accent is terrible right now. It ain't. It's certain words that they ain't coming out. Which was given as the address of Mr. Richard F. Shaver. All right. So he advised that the view of the fact the observation of a flying saucer was made on July 7th at the date of the unsigned telegram, and is July 5th. So is y'all gonna say it? Okay. They ain't saying nothing. Yeah, they ain't say nothing. Memoriam. Memoriam. I don't know, man. I don't even think we use a lot of them words no more. Yeah. But no, it's certain words I can't say. Like it's certain words that I look at and just you if yeah, you do it. Yeah. See, man, they ain't talking about nothing. I'm trying to hear some memoriam. Followings are reports about 4 witnesses following flight two airplanes. So the following statistics regarding reports by 4 witnesses in 2 flights. What? While in flight in 2 airplanes? Okay. Where's the guy? You visibility exceptionally good. Seat, uh, teetered, alta. I can't even read. I can't even see what word that is. First report was 11:45 hours. Um, observed 800 feet above the ground. The other altitude of the saucer was 4,000 feet. It's a MSL. Observed period. First sighted over uh Keshkong. Uh, is that a X or a Zcom? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Uh, Wisconsin, but I'm like I was finna say Keosha, but I ain't no damn Keosha. Flights were observed from the town of Coashnag. Wow, like what? Man, what happened during this flight? It's happened in Wisconsin. The flight covered 25 miles in 15 seconds, which is the speed of 6,000 miles per hour. Flights were damn. Second report. Damn. So they said it was going 6,000 miles an hour. So in Wisconsin, the flight was observed from town of Milborn, Wisconsin. Milborn, Wisconsin. The flight covered 25 miles in 15 seconds, which is a speed of 6,000 miles per second. So they said, okay, and this was the second one that got clocked at 39.50. How did y'all even clock them going that fast? Yeah, okay. Unless y'all just seen them just pop from one place to the next, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm pretty sure they was like, "Oh, we have a report of unidentified flying objects," and then they start tracking them, and then they flash from her and then with her. Usually, how I go. Uh, Stopped at 4,000 feet. Yeah, hopefully it's a better one. I wonder, have y'all had some UFO sightings? August one. Oh yeah, yeah. Me too. And all this reading got me. But people don't know. I usually do this and not record it. So y'all really just here watching me just. I'm really just doing it. And if you enjoy it, hey, thank you, because we on page 24 of 194 in the second one. I know, right? I know, right? So I ain't one of them people. We gonna all have the videos. The videos gonna come out and they gonna do what they do. But we finna know everything. Yeah, if you sitting here with me, we finna know everything. We're gonna figure out everything or everything that's relevant. August 6th, 1947. Uh Intelligent officers in McCord Field, uh WN, I don't know. I don't even know where that's at. I don't. What is WN? Like, what? Okay, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, my bad. I don't know what that is. Wherever that's at. I literally just looked it up, and it's right not telling me. Oh, Washington. There it go. Washington. Wait, no, I say WA is Washington. Well, no, they said older abbreviation of state of Washington could have been WN. Okay. Uh, yeah, that's in Washington. See, it's stuff like that that throw me off. Like, yeah. So this was in McCord Field, Washington. Advised that their opinion from their investigation, there is no question of the time, well, no question of the crash of the B-25 at Kelso, Washington. Approximately 2:50 a.m. August 1st, last haven't caused any sabotage or has haven't been caused any by what? So basically, they saying the crash wasn't caused by sabotage, but I don't like the way y'all write. They said their investigation indicates the left engine burned out an exhaust stack, which caused the wing to burn and break off. The left wing, as it broke off, tore off the tail, and the plane crashed into the ground, killing the captain, Davidson, and Lieutenant Brown, intelligence officer of the 4th Air Force, who were returning from McCord Field, Washington, to Hamilton Field, California. The crew chief and a hitchhiker parachuted to safety from the plane. Only 4 members were aboard the plane. Davidson and Brown, being the pilot and co-pilot, and had no chance to escape when the wing broke off. Lieutenant Colin Donald L. Springer, a two officer for the 4th Air Force, Hamilton Field, California, advised that Captain Davids and Brown were sent from Hamilton Field to interview Dahl and Fred Crimson at Tacoma, Washington, regarding their report of seeing someone flying disc over Mary Island, Washington, and they obtained some of the disc fragments. Okay, I think they was chasing UFOs and something went wrong, yeah. I think they were chasing UFOs and something went wrong. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Page 2. Captain Davidson and Lieutenant Brown on Thursday, uh, July 31st. Last interview, Dahl Krinsman Kenneth Arnold from Boise, Idaho, who was one of the first that reported seeing flying disc, and Emil H. Smith. but the United Airlines pilot from Seattle, who also reported seeing flying discs. This interview took place at the Winthrop Hotel on the afternoon of July 31st. Last Captain Davidson and Lieutenant Brown were returning to Hamilton Field for Air Force Day and had with them some of the disc fragments as reported by uh, Dahl and Chrisman. Oh, Christmas or Chris man, yeah, Chris man. But you know what it sounded like, y'all? It sounded like look, it sounded like that they didn't want them to make it. They sound like they didn't want them to expose whatever they had. They didn't want them to be able to see it at all. Yeah, they didn't want them to be able to see it at all. So yeah, that was all part of a cover up. Because imagine you be like, so this what happened. People in the government be like, can we stop them from getting it? And then when they can't stop them from getting it, then they do stuff like that. Uh, reporter Paul Lance of Tacoma Times and United Press wireman Ted Morello of Tacoma received anonymous phone calls July 31st and August 1st, last regarding the meeting at the Winthrop Hotel. Owner uh over the disc fragments and that the B-25 which crashed that morning of August 1st was sabotaged or shot down. Information as yet not been verified indicated the story started by Dahl and Christian possibly to promote sales of slag found in a gravel pit on Murray Island. Nah, they ain't do that for that. Murray Island, Washington. No information available yet to the identity of the individual who made the anonymous phone call to Tacoma Times and United Press. Dahl and Christian will be interviewed as soon as possible. Okay. August 14th, 1947. It said Emu Smith claims that during the conference on July 31st, that Dolly uh and Christian apparently repeated their false story about the material being fragments of flying disc, and only in Saturday night, August 2nd, did Dolly admit that the story was a hoax. If such, he probably was forced to admit that. If such is the case, it would appear that Ryder Smith or Arnold made the anonymous phone call, since they would have been under the impression that at the time the material furnished to Captain Davidson and Lieutenant Brown were actually part of a flying disc. It would appear that Dahl and Christian did not admit the hoax to the Army intelligence officers because if they had done so, the officers probably would not have taken the allowed fragments with them on their fatal flight. This matter should be cleared up upon re-interview with Dahl and Christian. When y'all trying to win this tampering. That's all I heard. I don't know whether understanding what the day rock is in which trust the government either. One none though. Just talking about flying disc. 721. So this basically all the same stuff. Comic. I ain't gonna lie, it's hard to read some of these words. No cap. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It is really hard to read some. What's this? So somebody wrote in code this. Um now he tried to yeah, I could easily do that. Tired of humans. Nonsense. Uh won't await atomic war, disrupting order, solar system, so sent flying disc and will set up world order under Martians late this year. Y'all wanna know what's crazy? As messed up as the world sound, I can see that happening. I can see us getting taken over by UFOs because our governments and them can't be civil. So yeah, sadly, sadly, and like the more I just think about it, like think about it as the people you think we're not gonna care as much as you think. We're not gonna care as much as you think. As long as we get the good end of the stick, you think we don't care. If you're gonna give us the American dream for everybody on the planet, hold on. So you telling me that you can end world hunger right now? Yeah. All right, child. Y'all finna play with me. About 9 at night on July 4th, I received the following shortwave message in code. I kept listening. About an hour later, the message was repeated, letter for letter. I can't figure out what it means. Yeah. They trying to silence somebody. So the dude who posted about the stuff we just read about the shortwave messages, I guess they ain't like that. I guess they ain't like that. They ain't like he did that. What is this? Rotate these. Just want to see him from every angle. Make sure I ain't tripping. If I'm tripping, I can see it more now. Yeah, they was trying to silence him. That's all that was. Just yep. These just all files and stuff. A lot of these gonna be PDFs for right now. If you want the real stuff, if you ain't live, then you gonna have to you gonna have to wait if you live. They gonna come, or you gonna have to skip. Now, do I think it's impossible to read all these files in one day? Of course. Oh, page one. I gotta go to the bathroom. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. right, y'all. So look, here we are. It said flying this between 9:30 and 9:45 p.m. last night, August 19th. Mr. and Mr. Hedstrom were sitting on the front porch when Mrs. Henry Scholz observed an object resembling a flying saucer traveling very rapidly through the southwest to the northeast section of the city. About 10 minutes later, all of these individuals saw 10 similar objects proceeding rapidly in the same direction in a triangle of formation. As this group of objects was about to disappear in the overcast sky, 3 of the objects on the left flank peeled off and proceeded in a northerly direction. The remaining objects in the triangle formation appeared to close ranks and continue in a northeasterly direction. What if they were like the UFO police in high speed? 3 to 5 minutes later, these individuals saw another group of 3 objects proceeding in the same direction, again in the shape of
New subscriber alert.
3 to 5 minutes later, informants observed another group consisting of from 5 to 6 objects, again in the triangle formation, proceeding rapidly in the northeast. They're like the military. They're like the UFO police. A few minutes later, a large group of objects estimated between 35 and 50 flew over the city in the northeasterly direction. What? What? In the triangle formation between the two. Look, between 20 and 25 minutes after the last group was observed, similar objects were noted coming back over the city very rapidly and proceeding in a southwesterly direction. At this time, informants stated the objects appeared in groups of 3, 5, and 7. At this point, Mrs. Hedstrom called Detective Richard Fraser of the Twin Falls Police Department, a next door neighbor who was accompanied by M.E. Roundtree and Richard Scott, also a member of the Twin Falls PD, proceeded to Hedstrom's home where they observed a group of 12 flying objects in formation over the city in a southwesterly direction. All reputable citizens this community unable to estimate height of object or speed, but claimed they resemble illuminated flying saucers. These individuals were of the opinion that the objects observed were not the landing lights of airplanes nor shooting stars. None of these objects were seen to come to Earth near Twin Falls, and none appeared to be flying in the arc. None of the observers heard any sound from the objects above. Investigation continued in line with Bureau instructions contained Bureau Bulletin number 42, paragraph B, dated July 30 last. 30 last is crazy. Like that, yeah, man. An event bureau in the possession of any information concerning experimental activities on. Let me go down 2 pages. Part of the Air Force, which explains the phenomenon, advice would be greatly appreciated. It is believed continued appearance of such objects without official explanation may result in hysteria or panic. I wouldn't say that, but yeah, back then probably. Back then, what? Somebody ran too fast. He was a warlock, wasn't he? They be like, "Oh, you run fast? Yeah, you a warlock." So, yeah, man, a whole city saying flying saucers just flying over them. Oh, you got that one random cat hair? Why do this smell like just tomatoes? All right. I ain't trying to hear none of them lame excuses. Proceed to Phoenix. I think this one that 1947. I think this the Phoenix Lights. He said memo August 28 last concerning interview with William Rhodes. Oh, R.E. Sanford. Okay, or Sanf. In Phoenix, Arizona. Sanford advised a two Air Force not necessarily for Fugate to proceed to Phoenix. That bureau will handle interview if desired, but joint investigation not deemed necessary. If Fugate proceeds Phoenix in spite of above, advise him you are not authorized to conduct a joint investigation, not possible for Fugate to sit in on interview with Rhodes. So basically, that's Hoover. We see the name Hoover. So you know they like to do everything. Basically saying we not finna two people ain't finna investigate this. We don't need no help. Get off of me. Oh yeah, this finna be a good one. This finna be a good one. So this 1947 was crazy. 1966 was a time to be alive though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It was. Mm-hmm. So look, we're gonna do this right here. So uh, this happened in Oregon, 1947. And they said they saw what they believed to be a disc. So Mr. John uh Bartle, uh he from Newport, Oregon. He was interviewed by Special Agent Robert J. Pettyjohn. Your name is Petty, I ain't gonna lie. Mr. Bartle Mr. B stated that on August 7, 1947, he was residing at a Gate Beach, Oregon, and that his house was very near the ocean beach. He had an ocean house? Okay. He had that money. Uh that about and at about 12:30 a.m. he was awakened by his son coming in, and that while awake he noticed a bright glow of light across the sky over the ocean. He stated that he immediately thought of flying disc and thought this might be one of those discs. Mr. Broad went on to say that he had no idea as to the shape or the size of the object, but it appeared to be about 5 miles over the ocean, and that he was able to see it for about 15 to 30 seconds. He stated, he further stated that due to the darkness, he could not tell like how tall it was and nothing about the speed of the object, but thought it was traveling a great deal faster than airplanes that he had ever seen. He informed me that this glow of light was somewhat similar to the northern lights. Oh, so I guess they already had it out there, huh? The northern light, which sometimes appeared in the sky, but of course not clearly as large as what it appeared to be going up and down. This is fluctuating in altitude as it travels along. He stated it disappeared in the west, either falling into the ocean or disappearing over the horizon. He could give no other information concerning this object of light reported by him possibly being a flying disc. Mr. B has a gate and Myrtlewood shop in Newport. I told y'all he had money. Mm-hmm. Told you. If he ain't had no money, he would never seen that UFO. He would have been stressed. Waiting to go to work tomorrow. Mm-hmm. 1947 or not. They usually so look. What I'm noticing about this is they posting like the same stuff and then the front and the back and left and the right. just to make it look more intimidating. It'd be everything we already read already. What's coming up. So somebody in Saybrook, Illinois reported in her front yard at 6 a.m. on July 26, 1947, she saw a flying disc. Hmm. Now they trying to say juveniles played a prank on her. Okay. It's just some of this stuff not even worth breaking my mind over. Damn. What is that? The man made. So this it's a flying disc? Okay, y'all. They think people idiots. So they didn't think I was gonna look at these springs, these 1947 springs, and be like, y'all make okay. Alright. Cause we just stupid. Is that the lid off a keg? Man, if you don't get out my face, is that the lid off a barrel or Coors Light? Like, come on, man. Mm-mm. What the hell is that? Man, scientists put that together, man. What is it? They got two antennas like you put them back at the TV. What else? Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all ain't finna. Y'all gaslighting people now. Yeah, y'all gaslighting. Hmm? I guess. 19 what's it, September 4th, 47? But mm, Miss Raymond Dupie. Dupai. I'm gonna say Dupai, cause that sound better. She is from Oregon. Oswego, Oregon. He seen a 12-foot round silver object at high altitude 12 at 12:15 p.m. on September 3rd. While watching the local plane. Okay, so she was looking at a plane, then she seen it just come by. And she was like, "What is that?" Then she rode in. She rode into the FBI or the whoever Project Blue Book. Okay, so they end up going in. They were like, so they end up calling her like, "You seen something? What you see?" And Pete, the only reason they call her is because they had other reports. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, she said while entertaining her 7-year-old and her 10-year-old her 7-year-old son and her 10-year-old neighbor child on the at her house or whatever. She said at about noon the children noticed approximately two dozen round silver objects high in the sky. Ms. D stated she believed these objects to have been platter shaped. So like a platter is like a plate basically. You know how at the restaurants they be having a little what a platter. Phenomenal. Um yeah. Rather than a fearful and to be and to have been considerably larger than airplanes of the Cub type, which was flying in a different portion of the sky at the time. So the airplanes weren't even over there. Noted. She advised that these objects appeared to her to be at a great distance and constructed some of the white metallic materials. Miss Dupe's attention was first drawn to the object by an explanation from one of the children to the effect that the airplane was skywriting. The objects were grouped. The objects were grouped in approximately an arc about level with the sun, and to the left of the sun, as viewed by Miss D. They did not change position during the 3 to 4 minutes which she observed them. But she said, I had to make sure I had nothing on my screen. I'm like, uh, but some, but some of the larger of the objects appeared to rotate rapidly in a manner of a wheel. One of the objects was separated by a considerable distance from the main group, and watching Miss, while she was watching Miss Dupe's states, this object began to fall and floated slowly downward until it was no longer visible because of the trees on the horizon. Miss Dupis advised that she continued to observe the remaining objects until her eyes began to be affected by the brightness of the sky, whereupon she went in the house and unable to state what became of the group. I wonder if they do fly close to the sun, knowing that we can't just keep staring at them all day. Like you can wear sunglasses, but that ain't no fun. That ain't no fun. Mm. Hey, look, they ain't talking about nothing. You not finna give me no groundbreaking news. Then give me some BS. Okay, okay. So August 7th, 1947. Well, I said August. September 17th, 1947. What's up with me in August? Well, look, y'all know I had to start eating eventually. We been here for 3 hours. Nah, for real. So look, at 3:40 p.m. today, he said today, so that happened on today. At 3:40 p.m. today, I observed the so-called flying saucer. This occurred while I was halfway up the rich ledges north of Lebanon, NH. As I was inherently watching the honeybee circling in a patch of sky. After leaving my beatbox, my attention was called to a floating object that appeared to be as large as a tennis ball and as white as a cotton batting, white as cotton batting. This object approached rapidly and noiselessly from the east and was followed closely by another object that appeared in size and shape like a saucer, which maintained a constant angle of inclination to the ball and followed it at a constant distance. The two objects made an angle with my eye made an angle with my eye of approximately 5 degrees. They were in my vision for more than a minute. When I lost them in the glare of the sun. This second time somebody keeps saying it's in the sun. If I had seen this in the night sky with my six icon telescope, I would have thought that the planets Venus and Saturn had suddenly got together and were traveling at great speeds near the Earth. So he another person who said, "Hey, I was looking at him. I looked at the sun. I can't see no more." Mm-mm-mm. So this man don't want them to mention this letter over the Earth. Mm-hmm. So he said, "You are not to mention the contents of this letter over the Earth, nor to any individual other than officials of the War Department, members of the FBI, or an American whose patriotism will rank with your own, and who might donate $10,000 or more for the purpose of continuing the collection of field data concerning this, while time may remain in which to do so. I have had respectful attention from following person, but no one else, but no." Did he take checks or expenses accounts even? But no checks or expenses account even, nor expense accounts even. Okay. So he said, Colonel Herbert C.G. We need to look up all these people. Officer, Los Alamos Atomic Project. Uh, Major Biden Newberger, security official. Los Alamos, yeah. Mr. Willard Zimmer, military intelligence. So he was just naming everybody he rocked with. Um, what else? Who we got? Assistant to Lieutenant General Nathan F. Twining. Mm. Colonel Somewhat and General Patrick Hurley. He just basically just this ain't really one of them important ones, but it could be important if y'all know some of these people names. That's why I read them out. I want to see the letter. As a former newspaper person, I'm very proud of it. I'm 39. This how everybody in early 40s and 50s right. I swear. I swear all y'all right like that. Miss Milton to get. Oh, this happened August 14th, 1947. Gather with the material. Miss Miston to together with the material which she requests to be part of a flying saucer. Well, which she requests to be part of a flying saucer was received in laboratory on August 19th, 1947. The material which was submitted with Miss Milton's letter has been identified as powdered soapstones. Hmm. Sure it was. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure it was. Mm-hmm. In as much as every time they in as much is automatic, I lie. I'm lying right now. It said, as the investigation and security division might possibly be interested in this matter, I request that you advise me as to the final disposition of the submitted material as well as the type of reply which should be made to Mitch Mitson's letter. Okay. So they lied. Mm-hmm. That's all they doing is lying. So now it's a powder soapstone. She sent in some mysterious I guess metal. I think it was metal. And they said it was soapstone. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the more I read this, the more I just realize how unorganized the government is, how the government is very unorganized because all these are real files that they refuse to tell us about. Said there's gonna be mass hysteria. I'm more mad at y'all than the aliens. Aliens ain't do nothing yet. But the humans, hey, y'all did enough. Mm-hmm. I'm over here trying to see if they seen anything. Yeah. So he ain't see nothing. Okay, let's see what this time about. July 7, 1947. All right. William Rhodes. You know this finna be good. His name William Rhodes. So look, this happened in Phoenix, Arizona. Wait, I gotta make sure I ain't read this already, but I'm just read it. So July 7, 1947, a storm had occurred in Phoenix on the afternoon of July 7, 1947, and the clouds were at approximately 5,000 feet, the color of which was gray, and they resembled disc columns, whatever, like yeah, dense clouds, whatever. A 15-mile-per-hour wind was blowing at approximately 5 p.m. on the date. Mr. Rhodes was walking from his home to the hobby shop and he heard a noise resembling a P-80 aircraft, apparently coming in a westerly direction. Upon searching the skies, he observed to the northeast what appeared to be an odd-shaped ship. He described this ship as being possibly 20 to 30 feet in diameter, traveling at an estimated speed of 100 miles an hour. It appeared to be making a spiral in a small radius, or possibly 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile. Rhodes stated that the sound which he heard was no longer audible, that he hurriedly produced a 120 Brownies box camera from his shop. And as the aircraft completed the first circle, he obtained a photograph. As the ship started on the second turn, it was in a northwesterly direction from his place, and he again snapped the photograph, which was more closely resembled to the shape of the ship than photograph number one. It's been designated as Exhibit II, as submitted to the Bureau with the letter dated August 4th, 1947. By the what is it, by the Office of Assistant Chief of Staff, A2 Intelligence, Hamilton Field, California. Rose further described the direction of the ship by stating that instead of completed a left hand turn downward spiral, the ship banked to the right and disappeared into the clouds. He stated that Just as it banked, he snapped the second photograph. Exhibit uh I or double I. At the last point, which was the time the ship made this turn, Mr. Rose estimated to be between 1,000 and 2,000 feet high. He he further described the appearance of the ship and closely resembling a picture which appeared on the front cover of May 1947. Issues of Mechanics Illustrated magazines. The only difference noted by Mr. Rose being that the ship appeared to fly to be flying backwards. That's new. That's new. That's new. That's like for this. I done heard them say some UFOs fly like that, but this first one I heard that they said. So Mr. Rose also related that he did not associate the appearance of the ship with the numerous reports of flying discs. He related, however, that after a 3-minute interview with newspaper report, the story that appeared in local papers was blown up to the extent that he, Rose, barely recognized the information furnished by him. Mr. Rose explained that the aforementioned dimension and distances were only estimated, pointing out that his previous experience probably assisted him in making fairly close estimates. He related that he had been doing experimental work for the past 10 years. He also stated he was an employee at the Naval Ordnance Laboratory in Washington, D.C. during the early part of World War II and left there in the beginning of 1942. Upon his return to Phoenix, he was an employee at the Falcon Field near Phoenix, which was leased by the British government for training purposes. He instructed in instrument training, aircraft identification, and gunnery practice. He explained that his hobbies had to do with science, physics, radio, electronics, and astronomy. He produced a model which he had made of the radio controlled airplane. He related that most of his work consists of building transformers, but it is also necessary for him to depend upon his muscle ability for his livelihood. Mm-hmm. This a lot, y'all. Not gonna lie. This interview kind of crazy, man. You said he was 30. He was on 6'3", 150 pounds, boy. Oh my lord. They ain't feed y'all back then. Like even if you eat was a vegan. Yeah, man. Uh, my bad. In explaining the results of photographing the ship, Mr. Rose stated that he was surprised that the object appeared dark on a light background. That he fully expected the object would be light on a dark background. He described the light spots which appears in the center of the object as being a greenhouse. Rose insisted that the ship made no noise that were audible to his ears, and he was unable to detect the presence of any propeller. He also related that after the newspaper released over the radio station in Qatar, a statement was made that he, Rhodes, had stated Army officials were studying the photographs and that it was top secret. He attempted to determine the source of this release, and the radio station finally told him that it was the United Press release from Washington, D.C. Wow. Mm-mm. Yeah, they called the radio station and said, look here, what's his name and where he work at? And then, yeah, they had to talk to him about that. Because I want y'all to know, imagine you type something on the internet, you be like, I seen these UFOs. Somebody come talk to you. Is you gonna think it's fake or is it real? Okay. Mm-hmm. If somebody comes up to you, if you thought you seen something, then somebody come up to you and threaten you and say you ain't see it, it was real. Or they want to interview you so bad to see what you seen, it was real. Mm-hmm. Simple as that. Simple as that. And then Washington D.C., they called the newspaper company. Imagine. I'd have been scared. I'm like, yeah. They say anything happened to me. Hmm? I need to see Bob Lazar go through this. I know he don't care about the UFO stuff, but hey, you never know what's in here. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. They're not bad. These usually the only chips I eat. Even though I've been eating other chips, eating BS, but big bags, only these. Mm-mm. Give me five, no, give me 10 more seconds and I'll be ready to keep going. All this government line make me hungry though. So, can you blame me? Like, how many lies can you hear before you just be like, I'm hungry? Mm-hmm. I might tell y'all a joke, but I won't tell y'all a lie. Nah, that because I ain't got to. I can disappoint y'all any day. Yeah, and I'm okay with it. Yep. Think about it. If you don't want to disappoint people, you usually lie to them. If you don't care about disappointing them, and you gonna be more realistic. They're like your friends. I don't care about disappointing you. Ah man, I want to lay down today. I can't. I gotta miss your wedding. Y'all still be best friends though. Mm. I need to do a sponsor on these chips. I don't need to be paying full price. Give me a discount. And they only got sea salt. They got organic blue corn, organic sunflower oil, and sea salt. Look at the back of your chips. I bet you got a million ingredients. Mm-mm-mm. I'm done. I'm done. I don't know. It'd be hard though. Imagine you hungry, you just sit right here in the spot. You must feel good outside. All I hear is all old heads with trunk rattling. I can't wait to be an old head. Got a long time though. So look, he was like I said, he was born December 29th, 1916. Oh, you thought that was 2016? That is 1916. He a real 90s baby. Well, he born in Garden City, Kansas. He's 6'3", 155 pounds. He married, got a son. Mm-mm-mm. All the other stuff. Okay, in view of which, on the morning of August 30th, 1947, Mr. Rose called the Phoenix office to deliver the negatives. They were accepted only after he was advised they would be uh yeah. Mr. Rose turned the negatives over after the understanding Damn, somebody just called me, threw me off. I ain't got no spam call in a minute. Okay, he was damn, they threw me all the way off. Like who why do y'all have spam calls? Like what made you want to make that? What made you say I want to just spam people and like bro, get off my phone. That just made me mad. It threw my whole train of thought off. But alright. When Mr. Rose called the Phoenix office to deliver the negatives. They were accepted only after he was advised that they were being given to Mr. Fugate, a representative of the Army Air Force Intelligence, so a backdoor person, United States Army, and that they were little, if any, chance of him getting his negatives back. Like, see, y'all make it like this so people can, bro. They literally said chances of his getting the negatives back. Like what? Okay, chances of him getting negatives back. Probably be official documents and shit. Just boy, it is making me mad. For the last 3 hours, we've been going through this. Miss Rose turned Mr. Rose turned the negatives over to the office with the full understanding that they were being given to the army and they would not give them back or whatever. The Phoenix office did not receive the bureau teletype of reference instruction that no joint investigation should be conducted until after the matter was handled. Inasmuch as military authorities have complete knowledge of the results of the interview with Mr. Rose, no copy of the report is being designated. First off, I hate the way I have to read these. The reading on her is straight garbage. Nobody read this out loud. They read this in their mind, if at all. Uh, two. Uh, two. Uh, why he can't get a copy of them? Why can't he get a copy of his stuff back? Okay. I was just wondering that. 1947 too. Crazy year. So look, 19 what is it? September 13th, 1947. Flying disc. So Leon V. Jenkins, chief of police in Portland, Oregon, states he observed about at about 5:15 p.m. 11th instant at 5:15 p.m. 11 instant, whatever. An object similar in size to a weather balloon, which appeared to be made of aluminum or some other bright metal, traveling rapidly northeast to the southeast over Portland and at an estimated 10,000 feet. Object veered to the south and disappeared in the distance in approximately 1 minute. Also observed by patrolman H.S. Rainey, driver of Jenkins' car, and possibly by other Portland police officers. Small article appeared in Portland newspaper, the Oregonian, concerning this 12th instance. Investigation being conducted. So police send them too. Police send them everywhere. But I already told y'all that before at the beginning. If anybody see UFOs on a daily basis, it's the police. Like they literally be in cars sitting outside all day. Once you literally, if you go to every single police in the world, like every police force, and make them tell the truth or they getting fired, you watch this. Mm-hmm. You will get I don't know what it was. You will get so many of those, it'd be crazy. So this another letter from the 13th of September of 47. They said Miss G Stockton, she reported sighting a flying disc at in Sounds, Tennessee, September 6th. Did that motherfucker say September 60? 6th. Okay, I'm like, I don't know what calendar was y'all using, but it's, okay, September 6th. 6th last. 6th. Okay, it's on September 6th. Her son-in-law Hugh Jennings, 111 Bill Grave, confirms sighting of this object, which he described as being shaped like a football, moving in a southerly direction at a constant altitude of approximately 2,000 feet and turning end over end in the air. Rate of speed comparable to a Cub plane. Jennings states objects visible for approximately 5 minutes against the overcast sky. No detail discriminable. Uh, Jennings does not believe object was disc, but it might have been a loose meteorological balloon. Meteorological balloon. Yeah. I'm like, I could say the word, but I told y'all that accent be killing me. I'm like, out of everybody in my family, I gotta have the thickest words. Everybody else can slow that shit down and be normal. Their vocal pattern's weak. I got the best vocal pattern in my. Don't mean to brag. Mm-mm. I ain't trying to hear none of y'all government BS if it ain't reports. On September 4th of 1947, a man named Fred Johnson uh, of Portland, he reported without consulting any records that on June 24th, okay, this happened June 24th of 1947, 3 months before. Oh, that's more. I'm tripping. June is 5. No, it's 6. I'm tripping. June is 6, yeah. Oh, my bad. I'm supposed to be reading out loud. But look, all right. On June 24, 1947, while prospecting at a point in the Cascade Mountains, approximately 5,000 feet from sea level, during the afternoon, he noticed a reflection, looked up, and saw a disc proceeding in the southeasterly direction. Why everybody going southeasterly? Southern. Immediately upon sighting this object, he placed his telescope to his eye and observed the disc for approximately 45 to 60 seconds. He remarked that it is impossible for him to pick up an object at a distance of 10 miles with his telescope. At the time the disc was sighted by Mr. Johnson, it was banking in the sun, and he observed 5 or 6 similar objects, but only concentrated on one. He related that they did not fly in any particular formation, and they would estimate their height to be about 1,000 feet from where he was standing. He said the objects was about 30 feet in diameter and appeared to have a tail. It made no noise. Sound like one of them Avatar UFOs. But it's all right. It said according to Johnson, he remained in the vicinity of the Cascades for several days and then returned to Portland and noted an article in the local paper which stated in effect that a man in Boise, Idaho, had sighted a similar object, but the authorities had disclaimed any knowledge of such an object. He said he communicated with the Army for the sole purpose of attempting to add credence to the story furnished by the man in Boise, Idaho. Johnson also related that on occasion of his sighting, the objects on June 24th, 1947, he had in his possession a combination compass and watch. He noticed particularly that immediately before he sighted the disc, the compass acted very uh peculiar. The hand waving from side to side, other uh side to side, from side to okay, from one side to the other. My bad. But this condition corrected itself immediately after the disc had passed out of sight because they messed with the Earth electromagnetic field. The informant appeared to be very reliable individual who advised that he has been a prospector in the states of Montana and Oregon for the past 45 years. Let's see, what is this? Let me see something. My bad. Alright, a bunch of liars. My bad. Yeah, so basically just a bunch of people lying. And remember, y'all, if y'all want to read all this stuff yourself or skip to the best parts, link is in the chat. You can look on the screen. War.gov. We only in the second one. I'm over here looking for some more juicy information, but usually once you get deep into these, they give you less and less. Like, it's about somebody all right. I think this about the lady Dolly for the June last time to picked up some strange rocks from a gravel pit in Maury Island, Washington. That they state of cigar box of these rock formations they sent to Ray Palmer, editor of Venture magazine in Evansville, Illinois, or Evanston, Illinois. My word. The State Palmer is also an editor of Fantastic magazine for Chicago, Illinois. Oh my God, Fantasy magazine. Why? Oh my Lord, I ain't even reading. They state they requested Palmer only to make a chemical analysis of the rock formation. Dahl and Christian Chrisman stated Palmer later. Oh, Darling Chrisman. Okay. Palmer later wrote asking for additional samples, stating he had been unable to analyze the material. Darling Chrisman state Palmer's a few days later. Christopher State Palmer. A few days later, after flying this story started, the latter part of June, last contacted them by phone at Tacoma, Washington, saying he would pay for an exclusive story if the material which they had sent him was fragments of flying disc. Dow states he wrote Palmer a letter in which he stated the material was part of a flying disc. Dahl and Christian admits the statement was entirely false. No, y'all said what y'all said, and I believe it. Dahl and Christian state that they were called by Kenneth Arnold of Boise, Idaho, to meet with him at the Withrop Hotel in Tacoma, Washington, July 31st. They stated Arnold called in Army intelligence officers from Hamilton Field, California, and Captain M.O.H. Smith of the United Airlines, Seattle, Washington, to attend the meeting. Sound like some silencing was being done, or some deals was being made. Yeah, Dahl and Christian claimed they told the intelligence officer Captain Davidson and Lieutenant Ant Brown, as well as Kenneth Arnold and Emily Smith, exactly how they got the rock formation. They said, and they had no connection with the flying disc. Dahl and Christmas states they furnished some of the rock formation to the intelligence officers as samples. Captain Davidson and Lieutenant yeah, what is it? Captain Davidson and Lieutenant Brown left Tacoma, Washington in a B-25 to return to Hamilton Field. This was the one that crashed. And when it left Tacoma, Washington, and the B-25 returned to Hamilton Field, California, about 2:30 a.m. August 1st, and were killed when the plane crashed at Kelso, Washington, after the left engine burned out. An exhaust stack, which is in turn caught fire, and the left. Man, they destroyed that plane. So yeah, yeah, they destroyed that plane. It don't even sound right. Caught fire, the left wing on fire, and it broke off. Like it caught the left wing on fire and it broke off. The crew chief and each officer parachuted to safety. Okay. Associated Press wireman Tacoma advised that 2 or 3 days after flying this story started, he contacted Dahl to check a story the Seattle Post Intelligence had gotten from the fire chief at Harbor, Washington, to the effect that Dahl had some type of flying disc fragment at this time. Admitted to Vosell that the entire story was false. Dahl and Christmas state Arnold was paid by Ray Palmer of the Fantasy Magazine and probably the Boys Statement newspaper to come to Tacoma, Washington, obtain a story from them. Blind this. Okay. Whew. That's a lot of reading. This is a lot of reading. We don't get no breaks. We don't get no breaks. Always tired. I've been getting spam calls back to back today. Back. They must think I'm a spam. All right, page 3. Page 3. So, friend on the Chicago Times was possibly selling the story, and was possibly selling the story to the Chicago Times through this friend. A check of the record at the Withrop Hotel Tacoma, where Arnold had his room reflect that on July 31st, last Arnold called Palmer at 5 to not Everson, Illinois, collect, and also called not J at Boise, Idaho collect. On August 1, last, Arnold called Palmer at Dearborn 52, not Chicago, whatever. Probably 99, Chicago 5299. But the way they've been spelling, I wouldn't be surprised. Collect Emma Smith called blank Robbie at Dearborn 203. 223, my bad. 2323, whatever. On July 31st and August 1st, a total of 5 anonymous calls were received by a Tacoma Times reporter and the United Press wireman at Tacoma giving the information regarding the meeting at the Withrop Hotel over the disc fragments and stating that the B-25 had been shot down or sabotaged, which killed Captain Davidson and Lieutenant Brown, inferring that this was done because the intelligence officers were carrying disc fragments in their plane. Dahl and Christmas state these calls could only have come from themselves, Smith or Arnott, and denied that they made the calls. No record of the calls has been made from Arnold S. room in the Withrop Hotel. No record of the calls at Arnold S. Withrop Hotel can be located. Dahl and Christmas are evasive as just what information they did furnish by phone or letter to Ray Palmer. So they didn't trust the government, so they wouldn't even say it on the phone. So that somebody else called them. Been pushing up. Yeah, I can imagine people faking like they other people, especially back in the day when it was a little easier. Yeah, especially back then when it was easier. So been publishing the flying disc. Been pushing the publicity on the flying disc stories. Vogel states Arnold was either the first or one of the first to claim he had seen flying discs. Dahl and Christmas state that Arnold admitted receiving money from Ray Palmer to come to Tacoma to check this story. Unless advised to the contrary by the Bureau, the Butte office at Boise, Idaho will obtain all information regarding the connection between Boy's statements, paper, and Kenneth Arnold. Will interview Kenneth Arnold, Route 1, maintain View Drive, Boys for what information he at the above fact. I don't know, man. It's I hate the way y'all write this shit. I'm getting mad. I ain't gonna lie. Cause this y'all do it on purpose. They do shit like this on purpose. To make it to start getting you irritated. Like how much can you read of mistakes and errors before you just want to close a book? If a book had nothing but grammatical errors in it, how long are you gonna read that book? Even if it's the best book ever. That's what they doing with this. Like I'm getting mad. Like, cause I'm stuttering, cause y'all like the way y'all set shit up, and then the way fuck all that of this address, of this, of that, of that, of this, of that. Like, get on. This shit getting irritating now. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Yeah, I'm starting to get mad. Yeah, we been out here 4 hours and I'm starting to get mad. And I still ain't had no good grammar yet. I can't even say all the words. And y'all worse than me. Between the boy statements. Wait. State. That's not how you spell statements. Man, look, man. Statements, paper, and Kenneth Arnold's. Statements. What is a state? Okay, statements. What is a statement? A man in a state? I don't even care. But I thought it was a different word, but I think it is statement. So I guess we cool. We'll interview Kenneth Arnold Route for what information he has to the above fact and what information he furnished Ray Palmer in a boy's statement regarding the Tacoma meeting and the sabotage of the B-25. The Chicago office at Chicago will interview Ray Palmer, editor of Fantasy Magazine, regarding his connection with Dog, Christmas, and Honor, what information each furnished to him. We'll also have a tip to ascertain what information Captain Emil A. Smith furnished the Chicago Times. The Seattle office at Seattle will interview Emil H. Smith. Yeah, man. Y'all interviewing reporters trying to. They interviewing reporters trying to get them up out the way. You know how it go. Yeah, they basically just saying how they discrediting people. I'm not finna keep reading about this Emil and these people. They said that y'all did something. Yeah, y'all ain't finna brain rot me and make me mad. Yeah, y'all ain't finna brain rot me. Yeah. Phone call, unable to verify Lieutenant Donald Springer, A2 Hamilton Field, in charge of investigated by A2. I thought by because Washington area. Somebody had ended up dying, huh? I don't think it was by accident or for random reason. All right. Basically, it was a lot of people saying, "Yeah, I got a mysterious writing. I don't know where this came from. I just posted UFO stuff. I don't know who gave it to me." This the official thing. The New York office asked to interview Mister. Well, I guess it's just the New York office. Nah, that's the FBI though, ain't it? I don't like the FBI. FBI New York office. They said it was a coded message in the newspaper. They ain't like too much about that. In addition, I think we're about done with this one, y'all. I told y'all once we get to the end, they just be saying stuff. All right, we got a couple investigations initiated. Air Defense Command reference letter, the headquarters of Air Defense Command, dated July 7th, 1947, file number D335.5 ID. Synapses. Um, Flying disc first reported in the area June  24th, 1947. At Mount Rainier, Washington. Okay. Okay. July 1947. Uh, July 9th, 1947. At approximately 12:77 near Boise, Idaho, by David N. Johnson, aviator editor, Idaho Daily Statesman, Inlet 2, Exhibit 3. Okay. What else? We got another one that happened on. This was Captain John E.J. Smith. This Captain E.J. Smith with the United Airlines. He was a United Airlines pilot. On July 4th, 1947, 8 minutes out of Boise, Idaho, he seen a flying saucer. Reports check a local law. Yeah, I know local law enforcement had to have light. Unidentified objects reported on July 8th, 1947 at 12:45, traveling northeast over Hamilton Field by Sergeant Edward R. Baker. Ooh. All right. Now we got some more good ones. Got some more good ones. So look, they say on July 12th, 1947, Mr. Kenneth Arnold, box 387. No, I know. He was interviewed regarding to a report by Arnold that he saw 9 strange objects flying over the Cascades Mountains range in Washington. Uh, on July 25th. Okay, this happened. He seen it on July 25th. Well, I don't know how that worked. Was it the year before or was it afterwards? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, he must have seen it on July 12th and then reported it 20. Mr. Arnold voluntarily agreed to give the interviewer a written report of exactly what he seen above mentioned date. The written report of Mr. Arnold. Oh, man, I thought it was somebody on the roof in front of me, man. Man, this is satellite dish. Boy, you thought you was a sniper? I was instantly hit the wall. Rainbow Six. All right. Yeah, basically, all right. So he said, Mr. Arnold is a man of 32 years of age. He married. He got 2 kids. He is well thought of in the community which he lives, which means you can't just make him disappear. Being very much a family man from all appearances, a very good provider for his family. Mr. Arnold has recently purchased a home on the outskirts of Boise. Recently purchased a $5,000 airplane in which to conduct his business to the extent of which is explained in attached exhibit. It is the personal opinion of the interview that Mr. Arnold actually saw what he stated that he believed. It is different to believe that a man of Mr. Arnold's character and apparent integrity would uh attate what my bad would state. Oh yeah, okay. That he saw objects and write up a report to the extent that he did if he did not see them. To go, all right. I see we're gonna have a problem with this page too, and all these the way, yeah. To go further, if Mr. Arnold could write a report of write a report of the characteristics that he did while not having seen the objects that he claimed, like, well, he claimed he saw. Like, it's hard for me to read this. I ain't gonna lie. Everything is just bunched up together. I don't see. So look, it is the opinion of the interview that Mr. Arnold is in the wrong business. That he should be writing, Buck Rogers fiction. Mr. Arnold is a very outspoken and somewhat bitter in his opinion of the leaders of the U.S. Army forces and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for not having made an investigation of the matter sooner. To put all of the statements made by Mr. Arnold to the report would make it uh voluminous volume. However, after having checked an astronomical map of the area of which Mr. Arnold claims that he saw the object, it was determined that all the statements made by Mr. Arnold in regard to the distance involved, speed, objects, course, uh, no, okay, the speed of the object, the course of the objects, and the size of the object could be very possible, or it could very possibly be facts. The the wait, see, look, this where I be tripping. Okay, okay, the distance mentioned by Mr. Arnold in his report are within a short distance of actual distances on aeronautical charts of this area. Although Mr. Arnold stated that his business has suffered greatly since his report, groups of people were waiting to question him as to just what he had seen. Mr. Arnold stated further that if he had at any time in the future saw anything in the sky, to quote Mr. Arnold directly, if I saw a 10-story building, quote Mr. Okay, to quote Arnold directly, if I saw a 10-story building flying through the air, I would never say a word about it, due to the fact that he had been ridiculed by the press to such an extent that he is practically a moron in the eyes of the majority of the population in the United States. So, yep, that's crazy. You around a bunch of people who don't know nothing, and they trying to put you in that same situation with them. Yeah, I don't want to see this. That's cool. Ain't nothing bad. But we 4 hours in, and we ain't even touched the surface. So I can just imagine where everybody else hit. We are 4 hours in, and we ain't got nowhere. So let me see. I'm reading this. This is a pilot. He wrote a whole story, and I'm just trying to see exactly what he said. He basically said that he was flying this day. He flying on a good day, and how every pilot know exactly what it feel like when the wind is perfect and all this, and just cutting through. Yeah, he said there was a DC-4 to the left and the rear of me, approximately 15 miles distance, and I should judge at about 14,000 feet elevation. The sky and air was as clear as crystal. I hadn't flown more than 2 or 3 minutes on my course when a bright flash reflected on my airplane. It startled me as I thought I was too close to something other than some other. I basically thought he was next to the aircraft. Okay. I looked every place in the sky and couldn't find where the reflection had come from until I looked to the left and the north of Mount Rainier, where I observed a chain of 9 peculiar-looking crafts flying from north to south at approximately 9,500 feet elevation and going seemingly in a definite direction of about 170 degrees. They were approaching Mount Rainier very rapidly. I assumed they were jet planes. Anyhow, I discovered that this was where the reflection had come from, as 2 or 3 of them every few seconds would dip or change their course slightly, just enough for the sun to strike them at an angle and reflect the brightly, uh, reflect the sun off of them. These objects being quite far away, I was unable for a few seconds to make out their shapes or their formation. Very shortly, they approached Mount Rainier, and I observed their outline against the snow quite plainly. I thought it was very peculiar that I couldn't find their tails, but assumed they were some type of jet planes. I was determined to clock their speed, as I had two definite points I could clock them. By the air was so okay. By them, the air was so clear that it was very easy to see objects and determine their approximate shape and size, and almost fit. And at almost 50 miles that day, I remember distinctly that my sweep second hand on my 8-day clock, which is located on my instrument panel, read 1 minute to 3 p.m. as the first object of the formation passed the southern edge of Mount Rainier. I watched these other objects with great interest as I have never before observed. Gotta keep going. Airplanes flying so close to the mountaintops, flying directly south to southeast down the hog's back of a mountain. I would estimate their elevation would have varied at thousands of feet. One was one way or another, up or down, but they were pretty much on the horizon to me, which would indicate they were near the same elevation as I was. They flew They flew like many times I have reserved geese to fly, and they ride the diagonal chain like basically in a triangle. They seem to hold a definite direction, but rather swerved in and out of the high mountains peaks. Their speed at the time did not impress me particularly because I knew that our Army and Air Force had planes that went very fast. What kept bothering me as I watched them flip and flash in the sun right along their path was the fact I couldn't make out any tail on them, and I am sure that any pilot would justify more than a second look at such plane. I observed them quite plainly, and I estimate my distance from them, which was about at right angles to be 20 to 25 miles. I knew they must be very large to observe their shape at that distance, even on a clear day as a day it was that Tuesday. In fact, I compared a Zeus fastener or a cowling tool I had in my pocket while holding it up to them and holding it up on the DC-4 that I could observe at quite a distance to my left. And they seemed to be smaller than the DC-4. I should judge their span would have been as wide as the furthest engines on each side of the fuselage of the DC-4. Uh, the more I observed these objects, the more upset I became, as I am accustomed and familiar with all objects flying, whether I am close to the ground or at higher altitude. I observed the chain of these objects passing another high snow covered ridge in between Mount Rainier and Mount Adams. And as the first one was passing the south crest over the ridge, the last object was entering the north crest of the northern crest. let me put that at top. So as I was flying in the direction of this particular ridge, I measured it and found it to be approximately 5 miles. So I could safely assume that the chains of these saucer, like the chain of these saucer-like objects, were at least 5 miles long. I what? I would quite accurately determine their pathway due to the fact that they were several high peaks. There were several high peaks that were little things side of them as well as higher peaks on the side of their pathway. Uh, okay. And the last unit, uh, as the last unit of this formation passed the southernmost high snow covered crest of Mount Adams, I looked at my sweep second hand and it showed that they're traveling the distance in 1 minute and 45 seconds. Even at the time, even at that time, this timing did not upset me. I felt confident after I would land that there would be some explanation of what I saw. A number of news men and experts suggest that I might have been seeing reflections of even a large mirage. This I know is absolutely false. as I observed these objects not only through the glass of my airplane, but with completely unobstructed view without sun glares. Yeah, even though even though 2 minutes seemed like a very short time, the one person on there like one whatever short time on the ground in the air 2 minutes time as a pilot observed as a great thing, and anything within his sight of vision probably as many as 60 times. I continue my search for the marine plans for another blank 20 minutes, and while searching for this marine plans, we observed observed kept going through my mind. I became more disturbed and taking a last look at. See, I can't even read it because they didn't blocked it out. I thought it was just fucking declassified. Yeah, I'm thinking it's declassified. I might add that my complete observation of these systems, which I couldn't even follow by their flashness as they passed it. Mount Adams was around 2 and 3 minutes, although by the time they reached Mount Adams, that was out of my division. Okay, so basically he's just saying the same thing. Oh yeah, this is the exact same thing. Mm. So yeah, that basically just his story. Is this another story? Let's see some. So these said I immediately centered my gaze on the object. Okay, we're gonna go back. At this time, I reached between boys and meta Meriden. Meriden. I often say Mediterranean. I'm like, hold up, Meriden. I was flying at an altitude of 14,000 sea level, which would be a mean average about 11,000 feet above Earth. Uh, Not considering errors in the altimeter, whatever. I turned the aircraft on a easterly heading, pointed towards Gowan Field, and had flown on that course for perhaps a minute when there was suddenly appeared in the left portion of my field of vision an object which was black and round. I immediately centered my gaze on the object at the time due to its erratic movement. I thought I was seeing a weather balloon. I called the CAA's communication station at Boys and asked if the weather station had recently released a balloon. The report from communication Alverstern wasn't that the bureau had not. I do not remember exact words. I am under the impression he said not for several hours, or gave me the exact time of the previous release, which was around like 8:30 that day. Upon hearing this response, I turned the aircraft broadside to the object, pulled back the plexiglass covering to avoid any distortion, took my camera from the map case, and exposed about 10 seconds duration of 8mm motion picture film. During the time the camera was at eye level, I could not see the object because of uh the minuteness minuteness. Okay, it's called minuteness of the scope. I ain't never used that word. I ain't gonna lie, but I sound like some old person say minuteness of scope introduced by the optical viewfinder, with with which the camera and FL9 Eastman was equipped. Taking the camera away and once again centering my gaze on the object, I covered the roll so that its edge was presented to me. At the time it flashed once in the sunlight, it then appeared as a thin black line. It performed a maneuver which looked as if it had begun a slow roll, a barrel roll, instead of instead of being completed, was broken off at about 180-degree point. The object rolled out of the top of the maneuver at this point, and I lost sight of it. I didn't even understand that. So this entire performance was observed against the background of clouds previously forming over the Camas Prairie. The object appeared to me relatively as the size of 25-cent piece. I do not know how far away it was. I do not know, nor can I truthfully estimate its speed. I can only say it was not an airplane. If it was at a very great distance, its speed was great, taking it into consideration that the apparent speed is reduced to viewer if an object is very greatly a distance away. I forget to look at my clock to determine the exact time I saw the object. The OAA's log radio contact showed my first contact that had been made at 12:17. But a few seconds collapsed between the first time I first saw the object and the time I called the OAA station. I subsequently related over the radio a description of what I saw, and communication Albertson may remember it. The control tower may have a recording of the conversation. I have not checked to determine. The purpose of my relating over the air is was to enable rapid transmission of the report to the newspaper. Or at the time, it wasn't getting to no newspaper. I was on assignment, and my energies thenceforth were henceforth. Oh, let's say thenceforth. Thenceforth were devoted to transmitting the information and conducting a further search, which I did after landing for fuel to make some telephone calls. The next search began within half an hour after landing from the first one. Consumed another 2 hours, but was negative. I explored through the region where I saw the object. Immediately after the sighting the object, I asked if there was other. Immediately after sightings the object, I asked if there was other aircraft in the area. There was a F-51 of the 190 Squadron practicing maneuver in the vicinity of Kuna, but that was behind me. A C-32 passing over boys, but I saw that aircraft go beneath me by some 2,000 feet. The P-51 is the vicinity of Kuna proceeded to the area where I saw the object at my request and conducted a search. It was negative. During the afternoon, flights of P-51 were sent out to cover the area, and some of them flew high altitude missions on oxygen. These searches were negative. I was subsequently informed that the personnel on both the United Airlines side of Gwenfield and the National Guard side observed a is that black a black it should be I think it's supposed to be black, but it say that's a G. But okay, a black object maneuvering in front of the same clouds uh formation, which by now has grown so that the clouds reached a probable height of 19,000 to 20,000 feet from a mean base of 13,500 or 14,000 feet. Meaning, sea level, three of these men were national personnel that I talked to. Oh, yeah, okay. So it said boom, 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 boom. So you flying straight. He flying like a snake. He was just basically okay. Yeah, he basically just said how long he flew, giving out his background. So you can't call him crazy. On July on July 12th, 1947, Captain Smith of the United Airlines was interviewed at the Boise Municipal Airport in Boise, Idaho. Captain Smith was passing through Idaho on a scheduled flight at the time and had a 20-minute stopover. Captain Smith reiterated that the statements originally made by him to the other press as in late July when eight. Wait, look, hold up. Y'all gotta bear with me. These UFO files, it's the 1947s. They some words we don't even use no more. The way they talk is like you straight testing for the first time. Like, yeah. So bear with me. So look, it said uh, oh my god, it had a 20 minutes stopover. Captain Smith reiterated that the statements originally made by him to the press as to what he had seen in late evenings of July 4th when 8 minutes out of the boys on the route when 8 minutes out of boys on a route to Seattle, Washington. It is the opinion of the interviewer that due to the position Captain Smith occupied Captain Smith would have been very strongly convinced that he actually saw some flying like saw a flying disc before he would open himself for the ridicule attached to a report of this type. Yeah, they don't care. Oh, what? On July 10th, 1947, a check was made. Who? So, if you didn't know how to spell back then and y'all just said whatever was the closest, because it's been, no, I'm starting to get mad because y'all with the government, you try to act like you gonna tell people they can't report nothing, y'all can't spell the government? Oh, okay, man, nah, man. Government be writing some of this stuff down too. It ain't just the people. Where'd you think the people come from before they was government? They was people. Shit. You ain't just born a government, like a governor. Like, you know how that go? So I'm getting mad. So on July 10th, a check was made at the following locations in Palm Springs, California, for the purpose of trying to locate Mr. Richard Rankins. Palm Springs Police Department, Palm Springs Newspaper, the Desert Sun, Palm Springs Water Company, Southern California Gas Company, Palm Springs Telephone Company, Palm Springs Employment Office, Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce, Royal Palm Hotel, 5 Palm Spring Real Estates Office, and the city offices of Palm Spring, including waste disposal, water rights, tax records, and etc. They can go nowhere. No record of Mr. Rankin exists in any of the above mentioned office. On July 11th, 1947, Mr. Ryland M. Gorman, postmaster of Palm Springs, California, for the part of 14 years were interviewed. Mr. Goldman stated he lived in Palm Springs for the past 24 years and that he was unaware if a person named Richard Rackets had ever lived in Palm Springs. Mr. Gorman stated that due to the fact that Palm Springs is a resort area and due to the fact that in the summer, the months only 3 to 5. He said that in the summer months only 3 to 5,000 people reside in Palm Springs, whereas in the winter months 10 to 12,000 reside in Palm Springs. It was very close, very possible that Mr. Rankin could have lived in Palm Springs more or less on the non-permanent statue, and he, Mr. Gorman, not being aware of it. Okay. A check of general delivery records revealed a letter addressed to Mr. Richard Rankin, the Palm Springs mail from Sierra, Indiana, postmarked at Sierra, Indiana, July 1947 at 5 p.m. The return address on the envelope was listed as Gospel Track Worker, Route 1, to Sierra, Indiana. Gorman permitted that the contents of the envelope to be examined. Inasmuch, whenever they say inasmuch in these documents, just know that it's finna be some real BS every single time. Inasmuch as the contents was third-class material and the envelope not sealed, the record were of religious nature concerning the sad plight of American non-churchgoers, the second coming of Christ, and etc. Superintendent, where am I? Of mails was contacted by Mr. Gorham and stated that he was the Mr. Richard Palm Springs post office, but that's the last mail. But that's the last mail. Other than that, letter mentioned above came through the post office approximately 2 years ago. The superintendent of mail seemed to have very uncanny memory and recalled where the mail coming in from Rankin had been addressed to. The mail was addressed to Mr. Richard Rankin in care of trailer camp located in Palm Springs. On calling the trailer camp office, it was found that Mr. Richard Rankin had lived in the camp but departed approximately 2 years ago and left no forwarding address. Investigation is continuing an effort to locate Mr. Rankin and obtain a statement from him. Y'all trying to kill him. Y'all don't want no damn stuff. Look, if you looking for somebody that bad, what statement do you want? Can we be honest? You not looking for. If it's they looked up a UFO, you trying this hard to find them. I wouldn't want to be found either. Hell no, don't find me. I don't want to be found. Yeah, you keep me where I'm at. That's doing too much. I don't even feel comfortable. Yeah, over here trying to make everything seem better than what it is. Nah. So yeah, y'all. I don't know. What y'all think? What y'all think about that? Y'all think what's up, Donut? Yeah, what y'all think about that, man? Yeah, we got UFOs going crazy. We got UAPs. Man, we do this. Yeah. So look, y'all. Um, passing. Is this another Okay, so this another story. So 1947 was a crazy year. For everybody who not believing it, 1947 was a crazy year. I don't care what nobody say. So on July 15th, 1947, uh I'm not reading all that beginning. Sergeant Baker had been in the army 10 years, 2 months, and 2 months, 26 months overseas in ETO, and has been in the Air Corps for about 10 months. All right. He was going to base cleaners for his office and was passing along the sidewalk near the barracks of the CRD when he saw 5 or 6 men pointing toward the sky. But as he was used to this around the Army Air Base, he paid no further attention to it until a lieutenant and a captain ahead of him stopped and pointed in the same direction. He stated that on glancing up, he saw 3 objects traveling northeast across the sky. 2 seemed to be traveling faster than the ordinary and approximately 7 to 10 miles away. Sergeant Baker stated that the 2 objects in lead appeared to be round and of very light gray color, while the other while the object in the rear seemed to be either rotating or rolling behind the other 2. What if they was towing him away? What if they was right there just towing him away? Uh, so he was rolling behind the other 2. So Sergeant Baker stated that from the distance, yeah. So Sergeant Baker stated from the distance. My bad. That thing just threw me off. He could not tell exactly the shape of the one, like the one which was rolling, as it appeared to be turned over, and he couldn't tell whether the object was flat. The only my bad. Like, it's so much stuff popping up on this screen right now. Like this it get irritating. I got ADHD. So, but look, Sergeant Baker was unable to identify any of the other. Wait, I'm tripping. He couldn't tell if the object was flat. The only means he had of identifying it was the fact that it seemed to be to get brighter and darker, and as it appeared to roll, the objects were in flight or proximity, uh, in sight for approximately 4 seconds. And as he was in a hurry, he did not stop to talk to the other man, but he heard one of them remark that the one in the rear was certainly rolling fast. Sergeant Baker was unable to identify any of the other men in the group who were reported to have seen the subject. Baker stated that it was unlike anything he had ever seen, and that he has been trying to convince himself that it was an optical illusion. And yet, at the same time, he is certain that he saw the object described. All right, August 20th, 1947. Yeah, y'all. For all the people who just got in their brain, oh, we wasn't gonna find out anything. It is nothing. They said the same stuff. Wait till you just found out. You like to go to work every day. We don't care about your opinion. Yeah, we don't. Nobody. You love going to work every day. We don't care about you. I don't, bro. No. You think I care about somebody who like you straight think it's okay for everybody to work? I think everybody shouldn't have to work. I think everybody should be able to have an abundant life because it's actually possible. Everybody good at something, and you don't have to. If you treat people good and they are born a certain way, then that'd be like if we all just learn how to. If everybody was in a family, right, and we didn't pay for nothing, life would be a whole like a lot of different. Be like, okay, well, can you at least do this for me? And even if you didn't do it, somebody else know how to do it, but you still have other skills. You be like, oh no, let me do it this time. Let me do it. Let me do this field. Let me do that. It's called helping each other. But we try to put value and money on everything to make. That's why our technology taking so long. That's why it take us so long to evolve. We still got people out here who think they opinion matter. Your opinion don't matter. Nobody in your family likes you. Like you make everybody in your family feel uncomfortable. Nobody likes you, bro. All right. So August 20th, 1947. Authorities explained that he and his wife, Mrs. Henry Schultz, a neighbor, were sitting on the front porch at approximately 9:30 p.m. August 19th. He said that Mrs. Hedstrom suddenly shouted and pointed at the sky, and therefore after that she had seen the object traveling at a terrific rate of speed in a northeasterly direction. The object was out of sight before Miss Hedstrom and Mrs. Schultz, or Mr. Hedstrom and Mr. Schultz could see anything. While they were discussing what Mrs. Hedstrom had seen, approximately 10 minutes later, all three saw 10 similar objects proceeding rapidly in the same direction. Okay. Yeah, so this is the one we read earlier where I said that basically it looked like they was having a high speed chase with UFOs. It looked like they was having a high speed chase with UFOs. So that might, I think, yeah, 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 man. And everybody say the U.S. is just making distractions. Well, I wanted the distraction. This distraction I've been waiting on. Yeah, yeah, because everything y'all say is irrelevant. Like once you just figure out that technology is probably the number one thing that you probably ever need to worry about, because it helps you figure out everything else. Y'all don't understand is like that's how messed up this is. As much as people want to be like, I hate technology. Technology make it everything easier, way easier. It make it more simple. It make sense. It's a lot of people out here that don't know how to grow food. You can just open up your chat bot and your chat bot will walk you through it. It'll literally paint, even if you ask it the same question 8,000 times, it's gonna keep asking you that question. And I want y'all to learn this. Anybody who do anything every day, they know what they doing. If you actually doing it, it's people who fake like they doing stuff every day, and that's the difference. Uh, yeah, yeah. So yeah, this is just all of the same stuff that we done already read. Look, August 5th, 94. I mean 1947. It's the following report is submitted. All right, so Captain Jack Peck and his co-pilot Vines Daly has stated that on August 4th, 1947, they followed the flying saucer northwest of Bethel, Alaska. the object was bigger than the Douglas DC-5 they were flying, crossed their course at right angles to them. It was flying at an altitude of 1,000 feet. They swung in behind it and followed it at an airspeed of 170 miles per hour, but it was out of sight in 4 minutes. They states the object was a smooth surface and streamlined with no visible means of propulsion whatsoever. Not like one of the ones we read earlier too. It is realized that the Fourth Air Force claimed that there are no such things, but Captain Peck is a chief pilot for Al Jones Flying Services and is not a man given to exaggerate. In view of excellent reputation of Captain Peck and the feat that no one here doubts in the least, but he actually saw this object. I don't like reading it on these papers. Yeah. Next one. Can't read that. I'm already colorblind. Y'all making it worse. Yeah, y'all making it worse. If this was full of blue, greens, and reds, boy, I'd have been crashed out. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. They write this shit in blue, green, and red. I ain't reading nothing. Like, y'all can read that shit. And me and blues don't get along, I ain't gonna lie. Or burgundies. Mm, yeah, this all the stuff we already went through basically. It's in August. Midnight Captain William Reiner. Yeah, I read that one. Tiny object. What was that? Yeah, they like to just have nothing. Just newspaper reports. That's trash. I'm not gonna lie to you. Trash. Oh look, we did that one, that one. And all these are FBI's. We're gonna say it. How many more in here? Cause I swear, I promise y'all they playing. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Cause it's been 5 hours. We only it's another 190. Oh look, we gotta tap back in with these, man. Uh, I'll be back in a couple hours. We gonna have to go through every single one of these. That's my goal, to go through every single one, top to bottom. Don't matter. Uh, I know we got a lot of pages too, like a lot of pages. Oh, it's only 17 total pages. Bet. What's this? 3 teams, 2 federal law enforcement agents independently describe seeing orange orbs in the sky and emit smaller red orbs into groups of 2 or 4 with 3. This is stated to occur at least 5 times. Each time the orange orb would appear, launch red orbs, then disappear. The orange orbs would only visible for 1 to 2 seconds. The red orbs would generally move away from the orange mother orb in a horizontal path, but in a couple of instances, one red orb was stated to move heading up at an angle while another witness rail swoop down after being launched down. Yeah, they talking about red orbs in that one. We're gonna get it today. It's only 17 pages. All pages ain't gonna be all the pages ain't gonna be like this, but we only on number 3. We only on number 3, y'all. Hit that like and subscribe button, man. We gotta tap back in. It's a lot.